It clearly is a hive of activity here at the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium, and welcome everybody to the Chrono Karting YouTube channel for live coverage of the season opener of the 2024 Dutch Championship for both Rotax, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Also the opening round out of two for the 2024 Benefit League. This round, powered by Chrono Karting, is brought to you live all the way through to the day. Good morning. It's Alex Goldschmidt up here in the commentary box as we have a cavalcade of drivers representing 8 different classes, 6 of which representing the entirety of the Rotax racing family, and of course the extreme brutal nature and performance of KZ2, both in KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. A total of 207 drivers are here this weekend to kickstart the first round out of 8, which will take us from here at Karting Genk back, and we'll go full circle back here for round 8 on the 3rd of November 2024. We have multiple different circuits that we'll be visiting, particularly in the Netherlands, and also 3 trips to Belgium, of course, the season opener here today at Karting Genk. Then we go to Belgium on the 17th of March. Marienburg will comprise of row 3 alongside the Belgian Max Challenge and will be the second and final round of the 2024 Benefit League on the 28th of April. Then Circuit de Lansard in Eindhoven on the 19th of May. Kerpen in Germany will be the other trip outside of the Netherlands on the 23rd of June for round 5. Lansard will be revisited again on the 15th of September. Berghem will host the penultimate round on the 13th of October. And the season finale will be here on the 3rd of November. Of course, for those in the Rotax classes, the road to the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals gets underway. It is the road to Sarno. There will be a total of 10 tickets given out, 1 of each 2 Micro and Masters, 2 for Mini, Junior, Senior and DD2. Now, because of the fact that the Grand Finals are in late October, at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli between the 19th and the 26th of October. The points going towards the tickets will comprise of the first 6 events, but all drivers must compete in all 8 rounds for that to stand. We will have plenty of racing action. We've got Senior Rotax coming up first. There'll be 3 heats where each of the drivers will compete in 2 of the 3 heats, and then the top 30 will then proceed to the final later on this afternoon that concludes the racing action at about 4:40 p.m. local time here. Those that don't get through initially will then be in the second chance, which will be the opportunity for 6 of those drivers to progress to the top 36. So we have got a very, very busy timetable here. It is coming up to 10:30 in the morning as those watching on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel, thank you so much for joining us as the 3-minute board has been shown to the dummy grid. So the last bits of advice, good luck wishes for the drivers. There'll be 35 drivers taking part in this first heat. Of course, those wondering about the timetable for today, it is linked in the description on the live stream along with the live timing link and the results. There is the timetable on your screens now. So we'll have Heat 1, A versus B at 10:30. Micro, Mini, Juniors will then have their pre-finals, followed by the middle part of the Heat Phase 4 Seniors at 11:50 local time. DD2, KZ2 DD2 will be amalgamated with DD2 Masters. They'll have their pre-final at 12:10. 12:30, KZ2 Masters will be out on circuit with KZ2, and then the final heat out of 3 at 1:10 this afternoon. Very short lunch break, but then we will have a further 8 races to close out proceedings here at the home of champions, Karting Genk. So also we do have to say a big thank you to the respective parties that are sponsoring the Dutch Championship this year. So JVD Tuning, Van Werven, Montford Motorsport, Mad Cars, and also the new Karting Champions League that will be commencing its journey to helping propel young superstars of the future forward into single-seaters with the alliance with MP Motorsport. So KZ2 have just had their practice session completed. They're just doing their practice starts. Of course, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters will be doing standing starts. So this is giving the drivers an opportunity to practice getting off the line. So before the lunch break, each of the races will take place over 10 minutes plus 2 laps. And then for the finals later on, which will include the second chance for seniors, will be 13 minutes plus 2 laps. So plenty of racing action to keep you all entertained. So wherever you are watching from in the world, welcome along. And thank you very much once again for joining us. Time to officially get the racing underway this season, as here is your grid for Heat 1, Senior Rotax A and B. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Fastest in overall qualifying combined last night. Mitch Haynett will start from pole position. Vic Stevens will be alongside on the front row. Julian Klausmann and Juri Schoens will run at row 2, with Vincent van Kouwhoffen and Wout Kirstens completing the top 3 rows. Then it's Robbie Studder and Ralph van der Peyvert, with Felipe Falk and Sebastian Koch rounding out the top 10. Lawrence Herbols and David Outlechner, row 6. Row 7, Ruben Verheyen and Ollie Jonkers, with Dylan Visser and Luca Brima rounding out row 8. Milan Koch and Benjamin Van Hees, row 9. Completing the top 20, Mika van der Pavert and Bram Plomp, with Tai Cho Ming, Dante Sima, Wouter Polle, Dean Winters, Martin Herrera, Jake Riches, Stain Peters, Dominic Shepers, Simon Peer, Martin Geiskens, Kaz Boshaus, Scott Westhovens, Devin Rost, Gwen Blogziel and Miel Hendricks round out the 35-strong grid. Hendricks excluded post-qualifying yesterday evening, as the 326 was found to be underweight. Ollie Jonkers actually got a three-place grid penalty due to the fact of not respecting yellow flags out on circuit. So the drivers now on their formation lap as the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for the first of multiple races. It's going to be 10 minutes plus 2 laps of this 1,360 metre, 12-turn anti-clockwise circuit. Now, the weather has been changeable, to say the very least, especially early, just after lunchtime yesterday, when the heavens quite literally gave us a nigh on torrential downpour. There is still going to be some possibilities of drivers getting caught out by slight saturation on the circuit as we get ready and revved up to go racing. The drivers now start to make their way out of the final corner. So here we go. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are not going out. That's the first full start of the year. Everyone now acknowledging that they've got to go around for another formation lap. So the full start flag, the green flag with the yellow chevron, the V in it, indicating the first full start of the season. The drivers will go back around the circuit to get themselves back into it. So, of course, our race director not happy with the formation. There were quite a few stragglers at the back of the field, and trying to get the best part of close to 18 rows of drivers into the same formation is never easy, but it's always down to the front row to control how proceedings will then start here in Rotax competition. So the drivers now make their way through turn 10 at Cafe Corner, weaving from side to side, just checking the steering's all good to go. So 35 drivers set to compete over the next 10 minutes, plus an additional couple of laps. We'll then decide who will be putting their best foot forward. So Haynett and Stevens line up alongside each other. That's a tighter formation this time. Looks like we're good and ready to go as they come out of the final corner into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out. We're underway. The season gets going right now. Someone at the back end of the field has gone a little bit sideways down the start-finish straight, as already everyone's just trying to get through that first couple of corners here at Genk. A couple of drivers using the runoff area. It's 4 wide. There's been a bit of a tangle, and one's gone completely around. 3, 4, 5 has just taken a turn around. That was Devian Rust, who made up a couple of positions at the very least through the first couple of corners as the field fans its way through turn 6 onto the Europlan. More dramas, and that's the 336 that has just gone around 2. Simon Peer from Belgium, as the field now makes its way through turn 9. So Mitch Haynert leading. Second is the 3.73 of Julian Kloosman. Vincent van Kerkhoffen in the 3.83 rounds out the top three as they come round to complete the opening lap. So a couple of drivers coming into dramas early doors, as Haynert has the lead of just under 0.4 of a second ahead of Kloosman. Van Kerkhoffen, Stevens, Schoens, Stordeur, Falk, Outlechner up 4 positions. Milan Kok has springboarded up the order from 17th to 9th, a gain of 8 positions. Jake Riches has also rocketed up the order. We've got one kart going very, very slowly through out of turn number 11 and could be heading down into pit lane. And that's a left rear flat tyre. That is the... that's Walter Polle. Yep, left rear is completely flat. Bent back axle for Devian Rost, the CRG chassis. Kangaroo hopping, change for the lead through into turn 10. Julian Kloosman getting through on Mitch Haynert. And there is a bit of a freight train behind. Vincent van Kerkhoffen has lost out. Third place as lap 2 is now completed. Vic Stevens now is in third. Robbie Stordeur is now up to 5th, ahead of Felipe Falk. And then there is the absolute freight train coming through. There's Jori Schoens trying to get stuck in. Currently P7 at the moment, going through into turn 2. It was 3 wide coming out of the exit of the corner, as Kloosman leads Haynert going on to turn 6 at the Europolaan. So Walter Polle and Devian Rost out. One with a puncture, one with a bent back axle. And with these heats, they're very, very crucial. The higher up you are in the finishing order, once everything's been confirmed, the better your chance of being in the top 30 is assured. Three-way scrap coming out of turn number 10. One of the drivers in there is the 365 of Jori Schoens, battling away with the 356 of Poland's David Outlechner. And they've also got, I think, Wout Kirsten's not that far behind. It's Felipe Falk on the TB chassis in the 378. Wout Kirsten's in 8th. Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Milan Kok now round out the top 10. But Kloosman was just over 4.5 of a second ahead of Mitch Haynert, going on to lap number 4. Fastest lap of the race so far is set by the driver in third. Vic Stevens, who has got past Mitch Haynert for P2 in the meantime as they come through turn 9. Robbie Stordeur has got some pace in the 317 Sony kart. The driver with moving power. 6 minutes and 20 still to go. People watching from the grandstands, and also quite a lot of the mechanics on the gantry just on the exit of the final corner. So Kloosman leads by nearly 4.5 of a second as the new fastest lap has been posted by Vic Stevens, 55.758. Top 3 covered by just over 0.8. Robbie Stordeur is going to try and see if he can reel them in. And last time around was a lot quicker, over 3.5 of a second quicker than Mitch Haynert. Field making their way through down the Europolaan once again. So 33 out of the 35 drivers still competing. Gwen Blogsill rounding out the order. Scott Westhovens didn't have a great qualifying, actually broke the kart, had a technical issue and put the number 353 on the circuit and at a standstill. Kloosman still will complete lap 5, leading the way. Stevens is closing in. Gap now just under 0.3. Into turns 1 and 2. Wout Kirstens, in the meantime, has got past Ralph van der Pavert in the 368. Ralph now switching to SR Solutions with Scott Swart and the team. And had a nice little chat with him yesterday evening in the brasserie. And he said, yeah, you know, the speed's really, really good. I just need a bit more luck. Well, at the moment, Ralph, you're running in the top 10. His younger brother Mika, in the meantime, up 3 positions to 16th. Jake Rich is now 15th. Stevens closing on in on Kloosman for the race lead through turn 10. 5.5 minutes of the race completed. And will Vic Stevens possibly have the run across the line and get the slipstream. He's within that 0.2 of a second window, and Vic Stevens pulls the trigger up the inside of Julian Klossmann in the 373 to take the race lead on the beginning of lap 7 at turn 2. Mitch Haynett, however, is still keeping with them. Lawrence Herboz down in 8th has just put in the new fastest lap of the race, 55.206. Felipe Falk in the 378 completes the top 10. Benjamin Van Hees in the 340 completes the top 20. Rounding out the top 30 is Stain Peters in the 371. So still quite a lot that could happen. Lawrence Herboz up to 8th ahead of Ralph van der Pavert. Dylan Visser now down to 13th, having started 15th on the grid. Sebastian Koch has just got past. Vincent van Kerkhoffen has tumbled all the way down to 22nd, behind Dominic Scheppers in the 307, as now Mitch Haynett makes it back to being a 3-kart race at the sharp end of the field. But Robbie Stordeur is only 1.1 seconds behind in 4th. Then there's a bit of a gap, a further 1.4 seconds to Jori Schoens, who's battling away with the 356 of David Outlechner. Also in that mix, Wout Kirstens could be factored in. Lawrence Herboz, Ralph van der Pavert and Ollie Jonkers now round out the top 10. Jonkers now having got past Felipe Falk for that position. But still, they head into turn number 11. So, a very, very good way to start the season with everyone on slicks, everyone at full speed. And Klossmann trying to close that gap down to Stevens once again. It was 0.237 seconds after 8 laps. We're on lap number 9 with 2¼ minutes still to go, plus those additional laps. As the top 3 make their way through into the turn 7 chicane off of the Europolan. And Ralph van der Pavert finds himself tumbling. He's just been passed by Ollie Jonkers for 9th. So the 316 making a little bit of amends for what happened yesterday. Got a 3-place grid penalty for not obeying yellow flag conditions during time qualifying. Vic Stevens holding on to that race lead, just over 0.2 between the 327 and the 373 of Klossmann. Klossmann takes a tighter apex through turn 2, now looking to carry the momentum through turns 3, 4. Now into the left-hander here at 5, before the hard braking zone into the other plan at turn 6. This could be the opportunity that Klossmann needs, but might not be wanting to put the opportunity there by slingshotting it up the inside and dive bombing through to the inside of turn 7 on Vic Stevens. Sometimes it's better off just waiting until you get to the end of the racing lap at turn 12. Through turn 10 they go once again. Lawrence Herboz up to 7th now ahead of Wout Kirstens, who's dropped to 8th. Kaz Boshouse is the biggest mover in this field. 14 places from 31st to 17th. A 10.5 separates the top 2. Klossmann might have possibly looked for a move, but decided to go against it. Sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. And at this stage of the race day, you've got to get through these heats. You've got to get yourself in an assured, comfortable position in the top 30. Every single one of these drivers in senior Rotax here this weekend will compete in 2 of the 3 heats that are part of today's timetable. Herboz again on the move, has just got past Outlechner for 6th place. So the timer has expired. And Vic Stevens still fractionally holding on to that race lead. It's just over 0.22 of a second between the Belgian and the Dutchman. as they go down the Europlan once again out of turn 6. Sunshine really starting to bring its warmth and presence here at the circuit as they go through the chicane once again at turn 7 through into 8. Luca Brima, who was in 16th at the start, looks to have pulled off for retirement on lap number 9. We're on lap 12 out of 13. So last lap board is being shown to the 2 at the front end of the field. Vic Stevens holding on to just over a 0.2 of a second lead over Julian Klosman, who nearly thought of sticking the nose up the inside of the 327 and mounts the curbs aggressively through turn 3. Klosman now saw that last lap board and got the fire lit in the belly. Out of turn 6, that's exactly where Klosman needs to be, looks over the right shoulder. Stevens goes to the inside to defend here into turn 7 at the chicane and still narrowly hangs on to the race lead. But this could bring Mitch Haynett back into the fight towards the dying stages of the race. 3 more corners to go, and Klosman now parks it to the outside at turn 10. He's going to go round the outside, but runs off wide and hits the barriers. And manages to catch, well, caught the left rear. And Mitch Haynett, in the meantime, closed right on up to the back bumper. And he's going side by side. This is going to be a run to the line. Who's going to win it? It's Stevens by 19 thousandths of a second. That attempt from Julian Klosman went to the outside line into turn 10, but just carried too much speed. And Stevens, well, that's a way to start your season. Win by 19 thousandths after that one. Ahead of Mitch Haynett. Robbie Stordeur was not that far behind them, about 6 and a bit tenths. And rounds out the top 3. Lawrence Herbo's in 4th. Jori Schoens rounds out the top 5. Ahead of Wout Kirstens, Ollie Jonkers, Felipe Falk, David Altlechner, and Julian Klosman, who, quite frankly, got away with what happened. That could have been a lot worse, as the 373 rounds out the top 10. Ralph van der Pavert, Sebastian Koch, Dylan Visser, Ruben Verheyen, Mika van der Pavert, Martin Geiskens round out the top 16. Geiskens up from 30th to 16th at the flag. Benjamin Van Hees, Tai Cho Mink, Milan Koch and Vincent van Kerkhoven round out the top 20. With Kaz Boshuis, Miel Hendricks, Dominic Scheppers, Scott Westhovens, Martin Herrera, Bram Plomp, Stijn Peters, Dean Winters, Simon Pierre, Gwen Blogsdale and Jake Riches rounding out the 31 that finished. Dante Sima out on lap 10, Luca Brima lap 9, and on the opening lap, Wouter Polle and Devian Rost out as well. Now we go to our first pre-final of the season. It's Micromax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Max Moore starts from pole position. We'll have Connor Halfer alongside on the front row. Maximilian Kiel and Tristan Abeels round out the top 2 rows. Ryan Rampadanath, despite having a virus, still competing. Was very, very tired after qualifying yesterday night. Had a chat with his dad about that and said he was already asleep at about 8 o'clock at night. Rampadarath will be joined by Julius Grabau on row 3. Dimitar Lazarov and Leon Herbos ran out row 4 with Yesimunen and Noah Stayholder rounding out the top 10. Bruce Chirino and Leonard Köster round out the penultimate row of the grid. Köster given a 3-place penalty for an out-of-position front bumper last night. And rounding out the grid will be Niki Naruhito Tomase and Didi Dedale, that both were excluded for a technical non-conformity post-qualifying. And they round out the grid. So, as with the first of the 3 senior Rotax heats that we've had already here at the season opener for the Dutch Rotax KZ2 and KZ2 Masters Championship powered by Chrono Karting, we will have, I'm sure, some exciting racing from the youngest members of the Rotax racing family. So they start to make their way through into turn 8 and are already starting to line up in formation. So 10 minutes on the timer, plus 2 additional laps for the first pre-final for Micromax and also the Micromax rookies. The red lights are on the gantry as the field starts to make its way through and exit out of turn number 12. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are not going out, another full start as we go round for another lap of the circuit here at Karting Genk. So all 14 drivers look to be in a very, very solid and compacted formation as they make their way down in towards turn 10. So Max Moore on pole position, Connor Halfer alongside on the front row. As the field now will make its way past the point of no return. So the drivers exit out of the final corner. Let's see what happens this time. Red lights are on, and it's another full start in rapid succession. One driver frustratingly banging the right-hand side of the steering wheel. So what this now means is that you might be wondering why the timer is still counting. If there is a second full start, the timer will count down. And the red flag has now been shown. Red flag has now been shown at the start-finish straight I've just seen at Marshall Post number 1. And that's now going circuit-wide. So 2 full starts, and that normally does mean that the race director will have to have a word with the drivers out onto the circuit. The timer is counting down as we speak. So effectively, this is the rule, this is the regulation as per chrono karting. If there is 2 full starts, we have a red flag, the timer will continue to tick away. So it is always down to the responsibility of the drivers to be in formation. So there is a discussion being had with Max Moore, I believe, our pole sitter in the number 18. So the race director will, of course, say to them, this is what is expected of you at terms of the start. So, as I say, the timer will continue to tick down, and this will be all the way through the season. In other championships that I've commentated on, it's 2 full starts, red flag, full reset. So now the drivers are sent on their way, so there will be less of an opportunity for getting your, if you're at the back end of the field and you were thinking, well, maybe I've got the pace, pace in the chassis underneath me, you've now got less time to try and make your way forward. So this is going to be a new start, but of course the timer will be a lot further along. So the drivers now will come out of the final corner. Maybe 3rd time's a charm. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out this time. We are underway with 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Nearly 3 abreast going into turns 1 and 2. Max Moore leads the field through the first couple of corners as it was 4 wide coming out of turn number 2. A couple of drivers going around the outside at turns 3 and 4. A couple of which look to be a couple of the CRGs. There's a nice little move by, I think that might have been the number 90, DD2 who started at the back end of the field and looks to be quite a further way up and is gunning for, that's 5th position. So already that's 9 positions gained by DD2 who started at the back end of the field. A bit of side-by-side going through turn number 10. Switchback attempt, I think that was Maximilian Kiel just coming through on Tristan Abeels. No, that was Conor Halfer. Oh, well, Conor Halfer now is right. Well, Maximilian Kiel is up with Max Moore. Conor Halfer up to P3, having made that move on Tristan Abeels through into turn 2. Dedale is now with them, so that's a 3-kart race for P3. Abeels goes tighter on the apex through turn 6 onto the Europalan as Maximilian Kiel looking towards the inside into the braking zone for turn 7. But Max Moore shuts the door. This allows the opportunity for Conor Halfer to get through at turn 8 by next to no room at all. And then Dedale throws it round the outside at turn 9. Incredible momentum carry. As it's going to get a bit close for comfort between Maximilian Kiel and Tristan Abeels as they were just coming out of turn number 11. 3 karts squabbling just behind the likes of Lazarov, Rambadarath and Krabal. As Max Moore now has nearly a 1-second lead over the pair of Dedale and Halfer as the number 90 gets through on the 78 for 2nd place. Tristan Abeels being chased down by Maximilian Kiel for 4th. So DD2 now up 12 places from last on the grid. As Conor Halfer was looking very, very late on the brakes through into turn 7. Managed to keep himself and Dadale out of harm's way, but is being caught by Tristan Abils, who's looking to park it on the inside through at turn 10. And the number 9 gets through for P3, but Halfer was very quick to counter-attack through turn 11. Tried to go for the inside line, which would have put the German on the back foot coming into turn 12. But Max Moore, just keeping the head down, getting on with the business at hand, has a 7/10 of a second advantage over Dadale. And there is Maximilian Kiel looking up the inside of Conor Halfer going through into turn 2. Halfer defends quite sternly and keeps the position. Takes a stern defensive line into turn 3 as they're out of turn 5 and heading once again down the Europalan. Maximilian Kiel in the wheel tracks of Conor Halfer. Bumping over the curbs through into the turn 7 chicane was Halfer, but still kept ahead of Kiel. Julius Carbal now up to 7th. Dimitar Lazarov in 8th. Niki Naruhito Tomase rounds out the top 9 with Elena Costa completing the top 10. Just under 3 minutes to go. And Max Moore trying to expand that lead. But Dadale, fastest of anybody, 1 minute 4.601 on the previous lap. 1 minute 4.314 for Max Moore. Gap now nearly a second. Kiel again trying to get the momentum carry through into turn 2 on Halfer. Unfortunately, for the number 23, there was not enough room to make the move work. And might try to go for a lunge into turn 6, thinks better of it, stays behind. And there's Ryan Rampadarath, the mini rookie Champions Winter Trophy winner 2 weeks ago here at this circuit. Maximilian Kiel trying everything in the playbook to get past Conor Halfer, but nothing's working at the moment for the number 23. Running with the number 23, running with 42 competition. One of the people involved in that, Andreas Keynes. And this could be the opportunity. There is a change for 4th. Kiel through on Halfer. And now Halfer starts to come back at the number 23. Will be alongside. Will he nose ahead into turn 2? That is a yes, but runs a little bit deep. Kiel retakes the position. Goes tighter on the apex. A little bit of a squabble, four-way squabble at the back end of the field as they just come through turn 2. With 1 minute and 15 still to go, plus 2 additional laps. Max Moore's lead now expands to just over 1.15 seconds. After 6 laps of racing, we're on to lap 7. Briefly in shot, we saw Leonard Costa in the 44, ahead of Jesse Moonen, Noah Steyhouder, and Bruce Chirino. As we come into the final minute, and then the additional 2 laps will be added. But there is going to be a change. That is Tristan Abils, who's just had Maximilian Kiel up the inside through at turn 2. And the German takes 3rd position. Great work there by Maximilian Kiel to get the job nice and clean. It was exactly a 1/10 of a second behind, but Abils comes back at the number 23 through turn 6. But Kiel is going to get the inside line, gets ahead of the number 9 into turn 7. As our race leader, Max Moore, now goes into turn number 9, and the timer has expired. So we'll have 2 more laps to go. So Max Moore's lead with 2 laps remaining is just shy of 2.4 seconds. Dadale, Kiel, Abils and Halfer round out the top 5. Dimitar Lazarov in 6th. Ryan Rampadarath And Nikki Naruhito Tomasa ran at the top 8. Tomasa up 5 places from 13th. Julius Carbal rounds out the top 10, having got past Lennart Köster, as there is a bit of a scramble. 3 karts alongside each other, Carbal being one of them, Köster and Stehauder. They were 3 wide coming into turn 7 off of the Europalan. The big question is who was the one that made it through. It might have been, I think, Stehauder that got through first and had the inside line down into turn number 7. But we got the final lap board coming out for the Micromax Pre-Final, and Max Moore comfortably away and clear. But the battle for second quite clearly heating up. Dedale, Kiel, Abils, and Haufer round out the top 5. Maximilian Kiel was just over 0.3 of a second adrift of the number 90 from Belgium, but now is getting a real head of steam and speed going through into turn 5. This could give Maximilian Kiel the opportunity to go through. Up the inside goes the 23. Is going to go wheel to wheel with Didi Dedale, and into turn 7, the number 23 from 42 competition gets through for second place. Again, this is just allowing Max Moore to canter away into the distance. And there's a, oh no, that was a bit of a late send there from Dedale, caught out Kiel, touched the left rear, and now that has brought back in Abils and Haufer. As Abils runs deep into turn 10, accidentally goes off onto the runoff area. But at this particular moment in time, Max Moore will pick up the win in the Micromax Pre-Final. Didi Dedale will take second, Conor Haufer will take third. Fourth goes to Dimitar Lazarov. Tristan Abils takes fifth. Maximilian Kiel will end up sixth at that occasion. As we have someone doing a 360 and somebody else also ending up spinning. Lennart Köster being one of them and Bruce Chirino being the other. Well, I think it was Jesse Moonen. Bruce Chirino crosses the line, but Max Moore picks up the victory by nearly 5.2 seconds after 10 laps of the Micromax Pre-Final. Didi Dedale second ahead of Conor Haufer. Dimitar Lazarov rounds out the top 4 ahead of Tristan Abils and Maximilian Kiel. Nikki Naruhito Tomasa, Ryan Rampadaras, Leon Herbos, and Noah Stehauder round out the top 10. Julius Carbal, Jesse Moonen, and Lennart Köster round out the top 13, with Bruce Chirino rounding out the 14 drivers, all completing the distance of 10 laps of racing. Next up, it's the Minimax Pre-Final. Let's take you through the starting grid. So, after qualifying yesterday, Jente Moonen will start from pole position. Victor Reitz will be alongside on the front row. Richard Joppen and Jur Drent round out row 2. James van der Poel and Gage Moyes, row 3. Vic van Kampenhout and Tiger Holthausen. We have got one stationary, that is the 130, Vince van der Halen, due to start on the inside of row 6 and won't be taking the start. Was due to start behind Kimi May and Lucas Dorder, who complete the top 10. Liam Hauger, Duncan Hudson, Dejan Habits, Olivier Mazurkovic, Tristan Shays, Mika Vonk, Tim Stiger, Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Jesse Andringa, Liam Bestero, Jeff Verbeek, Thijs den Dekker, Aiden Arad, Jara Kiewicz-Bosch, Lina Kaif and Jack Depre. AJ Berggraaf was quickest in time qualifying, but found to not conform to the technical regulate. The kart was found to be not, well, in violation of the technical regulations, and the driver was promptly excluded. Milano Shiphorst also starts from the back of the field by there being a mechanical black flag for the 114 in qualifying, and then the black flag was brandished, so the 114 was also excluded from the session. So no Vince van der Hollen. That's a real shame for the 130, the Champions Winter Trophy winner 2 weeks ago here at the circuit. So we'll have 28 runners and riders going around this 1,360 metre circuit for 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps. So drivers have been told to slow down. It's going to be down to Jens Timonen and Victor Reitz, who will control the pace on the rolling start. Red lights are ignited on the gantry. We've got another kart brake that's just broken down off of turn number 10. So another driver will have to watch from the sidelines. That driver's gotten back up to speed. But out of the final corner, revs rise, lights are on, full start again. We go round for another tour of the circuit. So if we do have a second full start, the timer will continue to count down. And very likely that our race director will then decide to go with the black flag. Now, I have just seen, I think that is Vince van der Hollen at the back end of the field, actually closing into the back of it, or might be able to retake his position. And there is Vince van der Hollen trying to get through into 11th place. We've got a kart slowing on the Europlan, and that is the 129. Tiger Holthausen, and that's on the Europlan. So that kart has had, yeah, trying to hit the starter button on for the Rotax Max Evo 2 engine on the chassis. A real shame for the 129 running on a Maranello chassis, and looks like Holthausen has got the kart going, but it isn't moving that quickly. And might just be parking the kart. Yep, Holthausen will not take part in the Mini Max Pre-Final. So the red lights reignited again on the starting gantry. Everyone now starting to ready up in formation for their pre-final. 10 minutes plus an additional 2 laps. So Moonen on pole, right alongside on the front row, into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, we're underway and racing. As James van der Poel darts to the middle part of the field, as that's a big moment there. That's Jens Timonen that's just been turned around and it's just been hit by another kart. As the field now makes its way up towards turn number 6. So this is going to be very, very crucial how these drivers negotiate the opening couple of laps. Can get a bit frantic on a start, and especially when you can only use the runoff area at turn 2 on the opening lap. Nowhere else on the circuit. Battle for second position as the drivers make their way down into turn number 10. Through out of turn 11. So Victor Reitz leads. And I think it's Jurd Drent in the 136 that now is in second position. The field makes its way across the line to complete the opening lap. Victor Reitz leads. Jurd Drent, Richard Joppen, James van der Poel, Vince van der Hollen rounds out the top 5. Duncan Hudson up 7 places from what would be 13th on the grid. Move there from Vic van Kampenhout on the 177. of Duncan Hudson. That is for 6th position on the road. So once again, the drivers will start making their way down the Europalan through between turn 6 and 7. But Victor Reutz had a lead of nearly 1 second after the opening lap. And it's 3 wide coming out of turn number 8. Around at the outside of it was, I think it was the 127 of Liam Hauger. And there is drama at turn 9. 2 carts off, one of which is the 131. Dayan Habits, who's managed to actually get back out onto the circuit. The other driver involved can't pick out the number, nearly falls over whilst trying to pull the cart unassisted. That looks to be the 115, I think, or it might be the 116 of Olivier Mazurkiewicz. And that is the case. Mazurkiewicz now I think might have gotten back out onto the circuit, as up at the sharp end of the field. Battles are happening. Possible change for third. There is a change for third. Rickert Joppen loses out to Vince van der Halen. And that looks to be more than likely James van der Poel in the 106 that rounds out the top 5. Victor Reutz is losing, well, has had the lead pretty much decimated. Vic van Kampenhout is in 6th in the 124. Still battling away with Duncan Hudson in the 177. Lucas Stoddard not too far behind them either, along with Kimi May. Gage Moyes all the way down in 10th position, but has an opportunity over the next just under 7 minutes to close on in. Here goes a move from James van der Poel. Tries to get through on Rickert Joppen. Joppen goes sideways through turn 2. Van der Poel neatly parks it on the apex and says, thank you very much. That'll do nicely. Up to 4th goes the 106. As there's Vic van Kampenhout very, very deep into the apex at turn 6 and could get the run on Joppen in the 194. And Joppen runs a little bit wide coming out of turn 7 through 8. And Van Kampenhout gets through. Hudson is there. Stoddard is there. Kimi May and Gage Moyes now are also closing in. Vic van Kampenhout, normally quite rapid around this circuit, might have an opportunity to bring everyone, the quintet behind, along for the ride to close on in on James van der Poel in 5th position. As it's getting very, very close indeed now between the top 3. Victor Reutz, after 4 laps, is leading the way. Jordrent and Vince van der Halen rounding out the top 3 positions into turn 6 on lap number 5. Van der Halen looked to go a little bit deeper into the apex at turn 6, but there was not enough room for the 130 to make the move and get up into 2nd place. He runs a little bit wider than the 2 in front through turn 8. The trio were covered by just over 4.5 tenths of a second after the previous lap. But Vince van der Halen looks to be very, very racy at the minute. And will try to look for the move up through turn 12, up the inside on Jordrent. And that's the 130 now up into 2nd place. Just over half of the race completed in terms of time. And Vince van der Halen finds himself in exactly the position he wants to be in. Didn't want to be a little bit further down on the grid, having had dramas trying to get off the line, or trying to get out of the dummy grid. The kart had a slight falter at the start-finish straight, managed to get back into 11th position, and now is going for the race lead into turn 7. Van der Halen through on Reutz for the race lead on lap 6. And it looked rather easy, but it's easier said than done. A little bit further back, Vic van Kampenhout has just got through on James van der Poel for 4th place. So with 4 minutes plus 2 additional laps to go, Vince van der Halen leads the way. 2nd, it is Victor Reutz. 3rd, Jordrent. Vic van Kampenhout in 4th. 5th, James van der Poel. Lucas Stoddard rounds out the top 6. Duncan Hudson, Kimi May, Gage Moyes, and Rickard Joppen round out the top 10. Joppen has dropped down 7 places from the inside of row number 2 at the start, with us now having 3.5 minutes to go. And there is a bit of a scramble. 4 karts making their way through out of turn number 5 and down on towards turn 6 at the Europlan. So Tiger Holdhausen and Jack Depre unable to start the race. Jent Thimoonen on lap 4 retires. So down to 26 karts we've gone. 3 minutes still to go. So there's a big gap between Rickard Joppen and AJ Berggraaf. Berggraaf, who was excluded post-qualifying last night, now is up 17 places and is about 6.3 seconds behind Joppen. But the 171 could make up significant inroads in the next 2.5 minutes plus 2 additional laps as Van der Halen leads the way. Sunshine now beaming on the majority of the circuit, apart from a little bit of a cloudier area at turn 6. But this will help the track to evolve, also help the tyres. With the colder conditions, it's not as easy, especially with the Mojo D2s that these C2s that these drivers are using. So once sunshine starts bathing the circuit, the rubber has been laid down over the course of the morning warm-up and of this racing action thus far. So 1 minute and 45 still to go. Top 3 covered by just over 5.5 tenths. Van der Halen still leads the way as Send and then some on the inside of James van der Poel. That was Lucas Storder in the 117. Look at this, nearly 3 abreast, and there's 2 clashing. Kees Moyes looking up the inside of Duncan Hudson. The pair were rubbing sidewalls. Moyes up the inside, through at turn 6 onto the Europlan. They are nearly, well, they're pretty much side by side, a bit reminiscent of Nigel Mansell and Ayrton Senna back in 1991. Sidewalls millimetres apart. Just coming up to the final minute plus 2 laps. And the fastest lap of the race so far, AJ Berggraaf, now 12th, 1 minute .579 from the 171. That is quite a significant amount quicker, 3 tenths quicker than the time that the 171 set in qualifying before post-race. Something was found to be out of order, let's say. But this is the battle with Vic van Kampenhout, Lucas Storder, James van der Poel. Kimmy May is 7th. Kees Moyes, Duncan Hudson and Rickard Joppen round out the top 10. Jeff Verbeek has also made up some pretty good ground. Started 22nd, now up into P11. So Milano Schipphorst, who started last, now up 10 places to 19th. Timer has now officially expired, so we go on to the penultimate lap. So lap 11 out of 12 underway. Van Kampenhout has an advantage over Storder by about the tune of 4 tenths of a second, as James van der Poel was very, very close indeed to trying to maybe having an opportunity to get through on Lucas Storder, but now has to defend against Kimmy May in the 150. The youngster from Germany. So our race leaders now making their way through into turn number 10 for the penultimate time here on lap 11 out of 12. Van der Poel still carrying on defending ahead of Kimmy May as they come out of turn number 11. Last lap board being shown. Vince van der Halen seeing exactly the sign that he needs, and that will help the 130 no end It's just over 0.3 of a second ahead of Victor Reitz. Kimmy May just swarming all over the back bumper of James van der Poel. And once again, that battle for 6th and 7th, respectively, has yet to peter out. The embers are still burning. But Victor Reitz trying to close on in on this final lap on Vince van der Hollen as they come through into turn 8. And now it's going to be the run from turn 9 down the short chute into 10 at the fast right-hand sweeper. But the checkered flag will wave this time. Vince van der Hollen in the 1-3-0, who started down in 11th, picks up the win after 12 laps. Ahead of Victor Reitz, it's going to be a run to the line for 4th, which is taken by Vic van Kampenhout, who finishes behind Jur Drent in the 1-3-6. Lucas Torder finishes 5th ahead of James van der Poel. Kimmy May and Duncan Hudson round out the top 8 with Gage Moyes and Rickard Joppen rounding out the top 10. AJ Berggraaf in the 171 finishes 11th, having started 28th. Jeff Verbeek 10 positions up to 12th. Laurens van Vlaanderen up 6 places from 19th to finish 13th. Ahead of Liam Hauger and Mika Vonk rounding out the top 15, completing the top 20. Tristan Shays, Jesse Andringa, Milano Shiphorst, Jarakiewicz Bosch and Tim Steger. We've also got, Van Vlaanderen will get a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. Jenthe Moonen actually was called in for a meatball flag due to the rear bumper being adrift. So Lina Cruijff, Dave Stendekker, Dejan Habits, Aiden Arad, Liam Bestero and Olivier Mazurkiewicz round out the 26 that finished, with Moonen, Holthausen and Depré out of the race. Time for the Junior Rotax Pre-Final. Here is your starting grid. On pole position in the 2-2-5 will be Jur Valkenars with Boris Maximov alongside on the front row. Max Sadurski and Alexander Van Meeuwen will line up on row 2 with Lars Lambers and Rick Corporal, row 3. Thomas Verheyen and Luca Van Leer ran out row 4 with Bram van der Weken and Thijs van Wijk completing the top 10. Ryan Bourguignon, Ryan Kivitsbosch, Rocco Kerr, Bodin Blankenberg, Jake Menton, Eva Dorrestein, Lieke van Werkel, Tom Reger, Aaron Vida, Vince Dries, and ran out the top 20. Timo Koopmans, Levi Dries, Jim Bach, Henry Melchior, Oliver Janssen, Niklas Nijs, Nicolas Machon, Nuden Engelsman, Fabian Rotman, João Maria Pereira round out the top 30. Jort van Ekelen, Noah Neumann, Tony van Leersum and Days Stevens round out the 34-strong grid. Stevens was fastest in qualifying yesterday, but was excluded for driving past the front fairing checkpoint. The number 222 of Tony van Leersum was classified at the bottom end of the field, having found to be underweight. We also had an official warning given to Timo Koopmans for unsporting driving conduct, with the 231, the 221 and the 288 all having a 3-place grid drop due to front fairings being out of position. So that would have been Bodin Blankenberg, Jake Menton and Thomas Verheyen. So, as with all the races so far, up until when we complete Heat 3 for Senior Rotax A and C, there will be 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps. We'll up the ante for the afternoon's action, 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps, as it will be down to Valkenars and Maximov on the front row to control the rolling start. Out of the final corner, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time, and we're underway. Valkenars leads the field into turn number 1. Sadurski looking up the inside to get the race lead, and we have had a drama in turn 2. 2 karts coming together. There's one in a CRG that is now getting out of the chassis. That is the 224. Levi Dries out of the race. It looks like a marshal is assisting the driver to push the kart off the circuit. So, at the moment, someone getting a bit sideways under braking, heading into turn 10, as we are about to complete our opening lap of the race. And Max Sadurski, the young man from the Netherlands, is leading the way. Second, it's Boris Maximov. Third, it's Lars Lambers. Alexander Van Meeuwen rounds out the top 4. Thomas Verheyen is also in the mix. Jur Valkenars rounds out the top 6 positions. So that effectively showcases how quickly a race can turn on its head. You might be on pole position, but if you have got quite a few very feisty and adrenaline-fueled racers behind you, the first thing is that you're the one with the target on your back. So Sadurski able to initially get an 0.8 of a second lead over Maximov. So it is going to be very, very much tooth and nail between Lambers, Van Meeuwen and Verheyen. Kind of reminds me of when they were in Minimax. So all 3 of them have made the move up to the juniors. And just behind them, Valkenars and Bourguignon, I think, might have just swapped positions. Lambers very, very much able to stay on holding on to 3rd. But Verheyen able to get past Van Meeuwen for 4th place in the meantime. And Verheyen nearly looks up the inside through into turn 7 on Lambers. And there is the move up the inside of turn number 9. That's going to nearly make it 3 wide. Alexander Van Meeuwen decides not to force the issue. Ryan Bourguignon is right with them. Well, Valkenars and Bourguignon also part of this train. Lambers trying to go up the inside of Verheyen. Loses out, runs deep, and has Van Meeuwen up the inside, who now retakes 4th place. And now tries to go for 3rd on Verheyen and gets through before they even hit the apex. Runs a little bit deep at turn 2. And Verheyen back up into 3rd place. Side by side between Bourguignon and Valkenars. Valkenars gets through. There's Thijs van Wijk through on the French driver. And just behind them is Rick Corporal in the number 244. Luca van Leer rounds out the top 10, and you've also got Ryan Kiewitzbosch. Oh, we've had a coming together, and one of which is Valkenars. The other one is going to be Rick Corporal in the 244. That was coming out of turn 7 and into turn 8. Looks like Valkenars has been able to rejoin the circuit, and the 244 of Rick Corporal is not moving, and will be, well, the cart is not moving, and the driver is getting out and being escorted away by the marshal to safety. So Levi Dries did not make it past the opening couple of seconds of the race. Jod van Ekelen looks to be a retirement, as well as dropped down a couple of positions. In the meantime, this battle is still going on. This is for 3rd place between Verheyen, Van Meeuwen and Lambers. Van Wijk now joins the fray. Bourguignon is not too far adrift either. Probably about the best part of 4 to 5 kart lengths behind Van Wijk. Lambers now looking up the inside through into turn 10 on Van Meeuwen. Will get through. That compromises Van Wijk on the exit. But Van Wijk now gets through at turn 12 on the 227. So a nice couple of good moves there from Thijs van Wijk. Four minutes and 54 seconds still to go, and that was the 2-2-3 of Bourguignon getting through on Van Meeuwen. So Van Wijk fancies an opportunity of getting up into the top 3 by the end of the race. The gap between Thomas Verheyen and Boris Maximov now is just under 2.8 seconds. Swiderski has a comfortable lead over Boris Maximov as Van Wijk throws it up the inside of Lambers through turn 12. That's a change for 4th. And Van Wijk now gets through on Verheyen, and Lambers decides he's going to get his elbows sharpened. Gets through for 4th place. And Bourguignon and Van Meeuwen are there waiting to pounce. Through into turn 6 goes the 2-2-3. Van Meeuwen was very close to making that 3 wide onto the Jorpalaan. Looks to the outside of Verheyen. Slots back in behind the 288. Who's trying to get through, all sideways from Verheyen as he launches it up the inside of Bourguignon, and Van Meeuwen round the outside of the 2-2-3 at turn 9. Great carry of momentum by the youngster from GKS Lemons Power, and now is right back on the coattails of Thomas Verheyen for what is the battle for 4th. Swiderski, in the meantime, after 7 laps, has a 2.35 second lead. This battle here is not going to go away. Bourguignon gets through on Van Meeuwen. Verheyen was waiting in the wings. And now Jake Menton. No, it's not. Well, Jake Menton is there. I've just seen Thijs Stevens. Van Meeuwen up the inside of Bourguignon. Verheyen is there. Menton is there. Thijs Stevens. from right at the back end of the field, from 34th, stone dead last, over the last 7.5 minutes. I'm not at all surprised that this has made up 25 positions and is still got more in the gas tank. And Menton now feeling a little bit of the pressure from behind. Makes a mistake out of turn 11. Clashes sidewalls with Stevens, who goes up the inside. There's Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch as well, who's also got through on Menton. Menton mounts an offensive on the 232 to retake the position through turn 2 with just under 2 minutes on the timer, plus 2 additional laps. Some great racecraft, some great kart control, and some very, very close encounters. So, out of the race, we've had Levi Dries, Jod van Ekelen, Rick Corporal, Jim Back has dropped to 31st, and is the last driver circulating. And still, some drivers opting to go side by side. Kiewicz-Bosch and Menton were side by side coming out of the final corner. So the 232 staying ahead of the 231. Swiderski has nearly a 2.7 second lead as we're into the final minute of the race. And then after this, we'll have 2.72 kilometres of the tarmac here at Karting Genk to cover before we see the checkered flag. Van Meeuwen trying to start to stretch a little bit of an advantage over Verheyen. That is for 5th place, so Swiderski leads by 2.8 seconds. We've got this plus 2 additional laps, so we're on to lap number 11. And Thomas Verheyen is trying to close in on Alexander Van Meeuwen for that 5th position. Will not send it up the inside of turn number 6, but might get the slipstream down the Europolaan and into turn 7. Runs out of tarmac in order to try and facilitate the move, as the timer has now officially expired. Van Meeuwen going very defensive against Verheyen, with Bourguignon and also Taze Stevens waiting in the wings. 2 laps to go, and Swiderski looking to continue to expand that advantage. Gap is now 2.9 seconds over Boris Maximov. Thijs van Wijk, who's just set the fastest lap of the race, 56.408. Now rounds out the top 3. As Verheyen has got through on Van Meeuwen, Bourguignon waiting to strike whilst the iron is hot. As Van Meeuwen tries to go and do the old over-under on Verheyen, but it didn't work. Looks to the outside at turn 7 just to put the pressure on the 288 and loses out by doing that, courtesy of Ryan Bourguignon, who's just got through on the inside. So pretty nice move there from the 223 representing France. Final lap of the pre-final for juniors underway. Max Swiderski, after 13 laps, has a nigh on 2.9 second advantage. Boris Maximov in second, Van Wijk third, Lambers, Verheyen, Bourguignon. Stevens now gets ahead of Van Meeuwen going on to the final lap. 27 places gained by the 282 over the course of just over 12 minutes. And there is Thijs van Wijk against Boris Maximov. Maximov on the inside at turn number 7 off of the Europolaan. Van Wijk looked to the outside to try and maybe put a little bit of pressure on the 230, who's now in his 2nd year as a junior. And there is a move possibly happening. Van Wijk, can he get the drag down into turn 10? No, Maximov holds on. Van Wijk looks to the outside, going through into turn number 11. But out of the final corner, Max Swiderski will take a comfortable win. The 297 gets off to a great start possible. Second is Maximov. Third is Van Wijk. Fourth, it's Lambers. But there's been dramas behind. Who's going to pick up fifth? It's Ryan Bourguignon ahead of Taze Stevens. Taze Stevens was one position away from getting into the top 5 and missed out by 23 thousandths. Alexander Van Meeuwen, Ryan Kiewitzbosch, Thomas Verheyen and Jake Menton round out the top 10. Timo Koopmans, Bodine Blankenberg, Bran van der Weken, Aaron Vida, Rokoker, Lieke van Berkel, Eva Dorrestein, Luca van Leer, Tom Reja and Jur Valkenaars round out the top 20. Noah Neumann, Oliver Janssen, João Maria Pereira round out the top 23. Still waiting for a few more drivers to come across the line, which they're doing at the moment. Henry Melchior, Vince Dries round out the top 25 with Tony Van Leersum, Nuden Engelsman, Nicolas Nys, Jim Back, Fabian Reutmann and Nicolas Machon round out the 31 that finished the race with Rick Corporal out on lap 3, Jod van Ekelen lap 2 and Levi Dries on the opening lap. Time for the halfway point of the senior Rotax heats. It's Heat 2, Groups B and C. Here's your starting order. Vic Stevens starts on pole position. Joining alongside him will be Tommy van der Stroys from the Netherlands. Jori Schoens and Jaden Teen will be on row 2. Wout Kirstens and Sverre Ubben, row 3. Ralf van der Pavert and Jort van Wijk, row 4. Sebastian Koch and Krik Knorren round out the top 10. David Outleichner on the inside of row number 6 will be joined by Lars Venink, Ollie Jonkers and Flynn Fidders, row 7. Luca Prima and Boluet, row 8. Benjamin Van Hees, Pat Gubbels, Bram Plomp and Lex Quintens round out the top 20. Completing the top 30 will be Dante Sima, Georgia Markenstein, Dean Winters, Max Costa, Jake Riches, Dylan Hummel, Dominic Scheppers, Enzo van den Dickerberg, Martin Geiskens and Mila Sjöstrand. Scott Westhoven's Wesley Eckhart, Gwen Bloxhill and Amber Quist will round out the 34-strong grid. Interesting statistic about Mila Sjöstrand. First ever time competing out of her native country of Sweden and has come into a completely different environment. First time for her to race at Karting Genk. So good to have further national pride represented through this particular championship, as the drivers now are on to their official formation lap. After this, we will have 4 more races until we take you to the lunch break. DD2 and DD2 Masters, followed by KZ2 Masters, KZ2, and then Senior Heat 3, Groups A and C. Red lights are on the starting gantry as the field starts to make its way out of the final corner. A few stragglers at the back trying to get into formation rather quickly. It is a full start straight away. Our race director went, no, that's not going to fly. They've got to go round again. So again, the first round of any championship, you always see that the cobwebs need to be blown out a little bit. And, you know, everyone's been itching to get back to racing. So when full starts, when I see full starts happen on the first round of a championship, I'm never that surprised about it anymore. Like the first time it happened, I was like, oh, that's interesting. We seem to be having that happen all the time, but it happens as soon as the winter break takes place. Everyone's waiting, chomping at the bit, and then when you haven't had the opportunity to get into a kart, go for a test day somewhere, sometimes that's where the cobweb starts to sort of reappear every single winter. So the drivers will have to get it right this time, otherwise the red flag will be shown and then the timer will count down. And for those at the back end of the field, your time will be even more restricted in terms of being able to move up the order over the course of the race's duration. Drivers being told to slow down. They've got to Now the field really needs to get into formation very quickly. Looks to be a lot better this time around. Stevens on pole position, Van der Stroys alongside in the front row. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise, lights are out. This time we're off and racing. Stevens leads the field into turn 1. And Jori Schoens trying to get through. Jaden Teen also trying his best to get through as the field makes its way up towards turn 5. Scrambles all over, up and down the order. Drivers struggling to jockey for real estate. Oh, one kart over the back of another through into turn 6. And I think it might have been Jake Riches that got caught out. One kart might, I think I've just heard a possible noisy exhaust. Yeah, there's definitely a noisy exhaust out there. And that is there's the 328 coming around the circuit. Right, well, it might be Max Costa in the 369 that might just have the noisy exhaust. I heard an absolute cacophony of noise as that kart exited out of turn number 11. But Vic Stevens holding on to the race lead, but for how much longer? Van der Stroy's just waiting patiently for the opportunity. So Giorgio Markenstein, Martin Gaiskens have ended up tumbling down the order. So Vic Stevens being hustled along the way by Tommy van der Stroy's Jaden Teen, now in third. Sverre Ubben up the inside of Wout Kirstens through into turn number 9. And the meatball flag is being shown to Max Costa. Costa in the number 369 for a noisy exhaust. So we'll have to park it within 3 laps. So just 2 minutes completed out of 10. And Van der Stroy's is just not forcing the issue. It's just waiting. And we'll wait for an unforced error from Vic Stevens. And sometimes that's not easy to anticipate. A little bit further back, a few of the drivers, such as the 366 of Wout Kirstens, the 312 of Krik Knorden, Jort van Wijk, Ralf van der Pavert in the 368. Very much squabbling. There's the move now that Tommy van der Stroy's wanted to make. That was through at turn 9 on Vic Stevens. Jaden Teen in the 359 is hot on their heels in third. And now Teen will go for the move up the inside of the final corner on Vic Stevens. That's second position for the 359. And Max Costa still out on the circuit. We'll need to park that in the next lap or two before the black flag will come out. So Martin Gaiskens, Giorgio Markenstein out of the race, unfortunately. Down to 32 drivers we go. Dominic Scheppers is in 32nd. As Van der Stroy's at the front end of the field has got Teen breathing down the back of his race overalls as they come out of turn number 8. Meantime, Sverre Ubben gets the elbows out well and truly, forces it up the inside of Joris Schoens, and that was a great little move by the 344 to take 4th place. So the field makes its way through to complete lap number 4. Van der Stroy's leads, Teen in second. And, oh well, the 369 gets the black flag. Max Costa has been given the black flag for ignoring the mechanical black flag for the noisy exhaust. You have 3 laps to pull that kart in, otherwise you get excluded from the session. So Van der Stroy still leads. Jaden Teen in second. Vic Stevens rounding out the top 3. Sverre Ubben has got pace, and significant pace at that. 55.064 from the 344 with GKS Lemon's power. Jaden Teen trying to really put the pressure onto Tommy van der Stroy's for the race lead as they come out of the final corner. And Teen has got the lead. Stevens, I think, has just managed to nip through at turn 2 and gets past on Tommy van der Stroy's for second. Sverre Ubben now makes it a quartet of drivers at the front end of the field. Joris Schoens is only 8 tenths behind. Jort van Wijk, Wout Kirstens, Boluet, Krik Knorden and Ralf van der Pavert round out the top 10. So just over 5 minutes of this 10-minute race plus 2 additional laps have been completed. So on lap 6, we've had a total of 3 race lead changes. So first it was Stevens, then it was Van der Stroy's, now it's Teen. And the lead is just 2 tenths of a second. Sverre Ubben now up the inside, through for third on Van der Stroy's. Comfortably done by the 344. And he was 0.184 behind Van der Stroy's across the line. If you are within 0.2 of a second, you will have an absolutely perfect slingshot up the inside of a driver that you're battling with through into turn 2. So Max Costa has parked the kart. So down to 31. Drivers we go as we're heading into the final 3.5 minutes. And a new fastest lap was set last time around, 54.569 by Belgium's Bolowet, who's currently in 7th and is closing in on Jort van Wijk. Meantime, Stevens keeping Jaden Teen incredibly honest at this moment as they come through turn 7 off of the Europlan on the back straightaway. Jaden Teen is just parking the kart exactly where he needs to. Dante Sima, the latest casualty, unfortunately, is out. So we're down to 30 out of 34. With just over 2.5 minutes to go. Jaden Teen just waiting for Vic Stevens to pull the trigger. At the moment, the 327 is staying behind and waiting for his opportunity, waiting for a possible run wide or going deep into a corner from Jaden Teen. But sometimes you're patient. If you think you're patient and your patient wears out thin, you're not a patient person at all. And sometimes when the drivers are given the advice of, right, just get yourself through into the top 30 and then let's get to the final. And the drivers will be like, yeah, I'm going to go for it. And then we've seen it with a couple of drivers. It already has gone very south very quickly. Miles Jostrand down to 30th position as there has been a change at turn number 12. Jaden Teen still leads as we head into the final 90 seconds plus 2 additional laps. Jaden Teen also competing with Dan Holland Racing over in not just the United Kingdom but in other championships such as the B&L Karting Series, as it's getting a bit dicey between the likes of Bolowet and Jort van Wijk, who were just over 1/10 of a second apart. But Jaden Teen will bring us across the line to start lap number 11 with around 45 seconds on the timer to go. So 3 laps, including this one, remain. And Teen was just over 2/10 of a second ahead of Vic Stevens, Sverre Ubben, Tommy van der Stoys. Bolowet now ahead of Jort van Wijk for 5th. Jori Schoens, Ralf van der Pavert, Krik Knorren, Wout Kirstens round out the top 10. Covered by just over 5.7 seconds. And there is still an opportunity for a couple of drivers that might be 1/10.5 or 2/10 of a second behind the driver in front to use that slipstream down the start-finish straight out of turn number 12 to their complete advantage. Timer now expires as we head on to our penultimate lap. Lap 11 completed. Jaden Teen holding on to that race lead by just over 2/10 of a second. And then Stevens, with 2 laps on the penultimate lap, throws it up the inside of Jaden Teen to get through for the race lead. But Sverre Ubben is waiting in the wings. You cannot discount the 344 when there is a sniff of an opportunity to not just go for second, but also go for the race win. Van der Stoys is also there, has got the ringside seat, has the 354. Now the run down to turn 10 here at Cafe Corner, just off of the main grandstand. And there is absolutely nothing to put between these four. You could even cover them with a complete A5 sheet of paper and they still fit underneath it. Last lap underway. Stevens just ahead of Jaden Teen by just over 0.14 of a second. Sverre Ubben a further 0.22 behind, as was Tommy van der Stroys in fourth. Top four going on to the final lap, covered by just under 0.6 of a second. And Vic Stevens is now starting to defend. Jaden Teen looks to have a sense of urgency to possibly try and get the move done as soon as possible, but then has to defend against Sverre Ubben and Tommy van der Stroys. Now into turn number 10. Van der Stroys looks to get the momentum through turn number 10 on Sverre Ubben as they are out of turn number 11 itself. Van der Stroys gets defended against by Sverre Ubben, but Vic Stevens picks up heat number 2 from Jaden Teen by just over 0.2. Sverre Ubben takes third. Tommy van der Stroys, Boluet, Jort van Wijk, Jori Schoens, Krik Knorren, Wout Kirstens, and Sebastian Koch round out the top 10. Ollie Jonkers 11th, head of David Outleichner. Ralf van de Pavert, Benjamin Van Hees, and Puck Gubbles round out the top 15. We have also got some penalties coming through, as well as I'm seeing on the live timing. Flynn Fitters, Lars Venink, Dylan Hummel, Bram Plomp, and Enzo van den Nickenberg round at the top 20. Dean Winters, Lex Quintons, Scott Westhovens, Jake Riches, Luca Brima, Wesley Eckhart, Dominic Scheppers, Amber Quist, Gwen Blogsill, and Miles Jöstrand round out the 30 that finished. Dante Sima out on lap 6. Max Costa out on lap 4 after a black flag following ignoring the meatball flag for 3 laps. Giorgio Markenstein and Martin Gaiskens out on lap 1. 3.70 and 3.85 both get a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. Well, that's Dante Sima being one of them. The 3.85 Jake Riches. 3.69 will get an official warning for driving conduct. And that is Max Costa. And that is your second heat for seniors, groups B and C. Now time for the DD2 and the DD2 Masters Pre-Final. Here is your starting grid. Nikita Genza and Nicolas Guillaume line up on the front row, Genza on pole. Mats Johan Overhoff and Jordi Klebo round out the top 2 rows, so it's Germany and Belgium, Germany and Belgium. Then it's the Netherlands and Germany on row 3. Axel Goes in the 455 will be joined by DD2 Masters pole sitter Bastian Krapov in the 520. Jessis Barnes and Nico Hanke on row 4. Completing the top 10, Zem Knofjes and Rick van der Straat with Malte Schlatterer and Christoph Adams rounding out row 6. Imke Artsenkind de Brandt, row 7. Bas van Wimeren and Luca Neuenhausen round out row 8. Bennett Demler and Dominic Hummels, row 9. Completing the top 20, it is going to be Moritz Knofjes and Gil Bronder. Ronan Lassau, Christophe Lassau, Niels Beuler, Wim Hulo, Mark van der Kamp, Izan Kielstra, Marit Fassot, Luca Weber, Derek van Coort, Tom van Weert, and Norman van Beek round out the 31-strong grid. Norman, unfortunately, there was no signal to the transponder, no lap times recorded in qualifying yesterday, and also the 416 of Derek van Coort received a 3-place grid penalty post-qualifying for an out-of-position front bumper. and would have started a little bit further up the order, would have been 26th. So the drivers now pretty much coming to a nigh on standstill, heading into the final corner. The red lights are on the gantry, ahead of 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps of racing here at the home of champions for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Genzer on pole, Guillaume alongside. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out, we're underway. And it's the rundown to turn number 1 and 2. Mats-Johan Overhoff making sure he got through for second place to slot in behind teammate at Door Motorsport. Oh, we've got someone who's lost the front fairing and is backwards off the circuit. That is the 5-2-2. Niels Berler out of the race. A real shame. It was a bit of a coming together coming out of turn 2. Some drivers using the runoff area, and Niels Berler just got caught between a rock and a hard place and ended up backwards, front fairing in the air, unable to do anything about it, and has to watch from the sidelines. Nicolas Guillaume has dropped a few places down in the meantime, as both Genzer and Overhoff have sprinted away into the lead. It looks like Jesse Spans has made it up to P3, but the gap that the two drivers from Door Motorsport have is substantial. It's 2.7 seconds back to third from Mats-Johan Overhoff. So Jesse Spans has got third, Nicolas Guillaume fourth, Sem Knofjes, Jordi Klebor, Nico Handke, Imke Arts, Axel Goes and Bastian Kraphoff round out the top 10. And Bas van Vlimmeren in the meantime has got past the back in action Christoph Adams for second in the Masters classification. They round out the top 13 on the road. Some stern defending going on into turn number 10. And that was by the 455 of Axel Goes. Sodicart definitely slingshotting its way past Christoph Adams. That looked to be Rick van der Straat in the 495. Or it could have been Moritz Knofjes in the 574. However, was the driver in question was running. Looks like it was Knofjes, as Guillaume is trying to close on in, looks up the inside, and behind him another overtake happens. So that looked to be possibly Sem Knofjes on Jordi Klebor for position. And now that position's going to change as they go through into turn number 10. And then it's side by side out of turn 11. So straight away, the elbows have been sharpened. Approach them at your peril. Bennett Demler in the 434 has also dropped to the back end of the field and might also be on the verge of retiring in his own right. Started 17th, now down to P30, a combined total of 31. DD2 and Masters out on circuit. Nikita Genza, after 3 laps, has not only the fastest lap in the pocket of the race, has a lead of just under a second over Mats-Johan Overhoff. Nicolas Guillaume has managed to get away from those behind. Jordi Kleber up now past Jesse Spans for 4th place. Just behind, it's Nico Hanke in the 4.50. Gap now between 1st and 2nd is just under 1.2. So Hanke 6th ahead of Sem Knofjes, Imke Arts, Bastian Karpov, and also just behind them Axel Goes in the 4.55. So just over 4 minutes of this race completed. So Bennett Daimler on lap 2 is out of the race. So we're down to 29 runners and riders. Dominic Hummels, who started 18th, has tumbled all the way down to 29th and last. Nicolas Guillaume, however, has started pulling away from Jordi Kleber. And last time around, put in the fastest lap of the race, 54.690 for the Belgian. Still very much too close to call as to, or to predict what's going to happen over the next 5 minutes plus 2 additional laps. Izan Kielstra loses out a position to Christophe Lassot. Norman Van Beek gets through on the 4.41 of Marie Fassot, who's now returned to karting after, I think, pretty much just over a year on the sidelines. Mark van der Kamp has got through on Kier de Brandt for 17th. Van der Kamp started down in 25th, now has made up 8 places over the course of the last 5.5 minutes. And yes, Spans is going to lose out a position. So Genza, Overhoff, Guillaume, Kleber, Hanke, Knofjes, yes, Spans. So it was Sem Knofjes that did get through. There is Imke Arts on, well, that's a surprise. Imke Arts, I remember, used to be on a Birol Arts chassis. Now, looks to be in the, looks to be on a Kart Republic with a very familiar livery, Shepherd's Racing. Martin van Leeuwen, one of their talisman drivers, winner of the 2021 Rotax Max Euro Golden Trophy, and then went on that year to go to the Sakir, Sakir in Bahrain to win the grand finals after that event. So one of the biggest battles at the moment is between the likes of Kleber, Hanke, Knofjes, Spans and Arts. And that is from 4th to 8th, so 5 drivers in total. So that was a look up the inside by Sem Knofjes on Nico Hanke for 5th place at turn 7. Mark van der Kamp, I've just noticed, has just been shown as a retirement. Dominic Hummels, what a great start for the 577. But Nikita Genza and Mats-Johan Overhoff have cleared away. They are gone and into the wilderness. Nicolas Guillaume moving from Shepherd's Racing last year to this year, joining Stan Pex and the SP Motorsport crew. Change here through out of turn number 6. Sam Knop. Oh, Jesse Spans goes very, very deep in. Gets through. Hanke gets caught out. Knopfjes gets up the inside. That's Arts now through. So one move by one driver means somebody else loses a significant amount of race positions. And we still have just over 90 seconds plus 2 laps to go, folks. You ain't seen nothing yet. Up the inside on Yes Spans goes Sem Knopfjes. So a good little exchange for 5th. Fastest lap of the races by Knopfjes in on what was lap 7, 54.655. Now into the final minute we go of this race, plus the additional 2 laps. Genzer takes us on to lap number 11, leading Mats Johan Overhoff by 2.83 seconds. Nicolas Guillaume rounds out the top 3, a further 2.5 seconds behind. Jordi Klebol, Sem Knopfjes, Jesse Spans, Imke Arts, Bastian Karpov still leading the way in DD2 Masters, but is not the only driver in the top 10 and also in the top 2 of DD2 Masters. Well, it's the man at the front of that train, Christoph Adams, now running 10th. Ahead of Axel Goes. Bas van Vlimmeren not too far behind them either. Timer now expires. We hit 0. 2 more laps to go. Genzer takes us on to lap number 12 out of 13. Adams still holding station at the moment. But will there possibly be an attack courtesy? Well, I think he's more concerned about Bas van Vlimmeren, who's got in front of him Axel Goes in the 4.55. So on to the penultimate lap we head. But Genzer, once again, like he showed here at this circuit 2 weeks ago for the Champions Winter Trophy, as there is a move by the 5.52 of Bas van Vlimmeren. I think just got past either Rick van der Straat or Malte Schlatterer in that exchange. It would have been Van der Straat in the 495 that's running on the Sodi Kart chassis. We are on the final lap of this race. Nikita Genzer just cruising like it's a Sunday afternoon drive in the countryside, only you're in the Limburg region of Belgium rather than being near to your house. But Genzer has done exactly what he's needed to do, has led every single lap from lights out to what will now be the checkered flag. So Door Motorsports, Nikita Genzer in the 4.07 rounds turn 12 and picks up the win in the pre-final. And it's not just a small margin, it's a commanding one. It's a Door Motorsport 1-2 and a German 1-2 courtesy of Mats Johan Overhoff. 3.8 seconds cover the top 2. Nicolas Guillaume in 3rd ahead of Jordi Klebol. Sem Knopfjes, Jesse Spans, Imke Arts ran at the top 7. Good work by Imke, up 6 places from 13th on the grid. Bastian Karpov takes the win in DD2 Masters. In 8th, ahead of Nico Hanke, Christoph Adams and Bas van Vlimmeren, who ran at the top 11, ran at the top 3 in Masters. Axel Goes, Rick van der Straat, Malte Schlatterer ran at the top 14, ahead of Moritz Knopfjes, Kian de Brandt, Luca Weber, Luca Neuenhausen, Gil Bronder and Ronan Lassor, who ran at the top 20. Wim Hulot, Derek van Kort, Christophe Lassor, Lisanne Kielstra, Ton van Weert, Norman van Beek, Marit Vassot and Dominic Hummels ran at the finishers. Mark van der Kamp out on lap 6, Bennett Demler lap 2, and Niels Berler out at turn 3 on the opening lap. Now we turn our attention to KZ2 Masters. Here is your, well, here is your, it's actually, I think it's KZ2, or is it KZ? It's KZ2, I think it might be that are going out, or KZ2 Masters. So, just keep an eye out, because according to the timetable, it's KZ2 Masters. So, here is your starting grid. Please ignore what's probably on the screen at the moment. I would imagine I'll just keep an eye out. It is going to be Thierry de Jong that's going to start on pole position. Sven Heijer will be alongside on the front row. William Klooster and Mark Verhoeven, row 2. Row 3, it's going to be William van der Kaaij and Niels Costa. Glenn van den Hoek and Thierry Del Rey round out row 4 with Davide Caruso and Wesley de Waal rounding out the top 10. Martin Peters, Benno Ridder, Mick Bertram, Gert van den Brink, Bas Steen, Roland Weerts, Anton Gidding, René Cleven, Martin Versteeg, Edgar Oosting, the man behind Karting Champions League, Henk de Jong, and Anders Elkier from Denmark. Anders, unfortunately, was found to be underweight post-qualifying and was third quickest and might rocket up the field somewhat. Also, the 123 of Wesley de Waal would have started 7th had it not been for the front fairing being out of position post-qualifying when it went through for scrutineering and technical inspection post-session. Now, for those that are joining us and have not seen KZ2 in action before, a little bit of a lesson for you. These are not direct drive, these are gearbox-driven cars. So, 6-speed shifter carts producing the best part of just around 50 brake horsepower. These are lightning fast, equivalent 0 to 100 km/h times, about on par with a high-spec Porsche 911. Speeds approaching 160 km/h. And it's one of the premier classes in karting. It's showcased a whole host of talents, those that have gone into the likes of the World Endurance Championship and Formula One, but there are drivers that have decided to put their careers in karting, such as Martin Kramers, Paolo Ippolito, Davide Fori, amongst others. The remainder of the 22-strong grid start to get into their grid positions. Once the flag marshal moves away from the front end of the field, the red lights will ignite. Green flag waves at the back. Red lights are on. Red lights are out. We're underway. And it's an absolute scramble to get the whole shot. To head into turns 1 and 2 as Thierry de Jong leads the field. Sven Heijer trying to keep it pinned around the outside. Slots into third place as they come through into turn number 3. One kart goes very, very wide. Might have been Henk de Jong there. Just went a bit deep into turn number 3. As the field will now rocket their way, as we have had a coming together, and one of which is the 142. And the 121. So the 121 being Roland Weerts, and the 142, Martin Versteeg. And looks like Versteeg is not going to get the kart going. That's not going it. He's trying to push it to get it kick-started again. As there's going to be a change for third place. As de Jong leads the way. That was van der Kaaij through on Klooster for third position. And good to see Martin Versteeg being persistent. That was Thierry Del Rey that just got through at turn 4. Just got through on the 162 of Mark Verhoeven. as the field makes its way down into turn 7. 8.5 minutes plus 2 additional laps still to go. Martin Versteeg has come to a, well, is actually waiting. I'm not too sure if that kart is going to be going again. Yes, it is. It's picking up all the marbling on the rear tyres. But Sven Heijer closing in on Thierry de Jong for the race lead. Lap 2 completed. And Sven Heijer's just put in the fastest lap of the race, 54.399. As the German in the 125 closing in on the Dutchman in front. Into turn 5. Now down you can see the amount of work they're having to do with the shifter lever, which is on the right-hand side of the steering wheel. I noticed Thierry de Jong at least going down 3 gears as he went onto the brakes into turn 6. Now through turn 9. And into turn 10. Van der Kuyk trying to pull away from Klooster. Glenn van den Hoek rounds out the top 5. Thierry Del Rey now up to 6th. There's a little bit further back, Mark Verhoeven. Verhoeven having Wesley de Waal up the inside through coming out of turn number 11. But de Jong still at the front end of the field. Heijer in second. Van der Kuyk, Klooster. Van den Hoek, Del Rey, de Waal, Verhoeven, Ridder and Caruso rounding out the top 10, covered by just under 5.5 seconds in total. A little bit further back, saw Edgar Oosting, I believe, in the 102. Running on the Saudi kart, privateer entry. Verhoeven now down into 8th place, having started 4th. So a drop for the 162, 4 positions. De Jong still holding on to that race lead after nearly the best part of 4 minutes. And Heijer getting closer and closer still, was about 0.2 of a second behind the 105. There's more changes occurring. Drivers going side by side out of turn number 2. But Anders Elkjær up, well, halfway through the field at the moment. 22nd to 11th. And might have already gotten into the top 10. We'll find that out when the next lap is completed. There's Thierry de Jong and Sven Heijer still not that far apart. 0.2 separated the pair after 4 laps as we complete lap 5. Incredible amount of performance and acceleration. It is just pure brutality of how these drivers are just banging up and down the gears. Martin Versteeg has retired the kart and is out. So down to 21 out of the 22 drivers we go. So halfway through the time so far in this KZ2 Masters Pre-Final. We'll have KZ2 Pre-Final and the final heat for senior Rotax, which will take us to the lunch break. But Heijer keeping de Jong very, very honest indeed. So Benno Ridder battling away with the likes of Neil Costa and Bastien. And de Jong puts in a 53.728, a personal best, but Sven Heijer puts in a 53.702 and is within 0.3 and is keeping de Jong in the crosshairs for now. Anders Elkjær now up into 8th place. 7.1 seconds off of the leaders with just over 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. So de Jong so far has led every single one of the 6.5 laps that have been completed. But de Jong just carrying on with the business at hand, trying to keep a distance of up to 0.3 of a second between himself and Sven Haya in the number 125. They are 3.2 seconds up the road from William van der Kaaij in the number 104, who's just about 4.5 tenths in front of William Klooster. Roland Wirtz has dropped all the way down to 21st in the 121. The German driver, having started initially 16th. And there is a quartet battling away. Van der Kaaij, Klooster, Van den Hoek and Del Rey now there with them. So Thierry Del Rey qualified 8th, now 6th, and I think has just gotten 5th, which he has done, and he's just gone to Glenn Van den Hoek in the 141. Right, come on, work with me. Let's push. Let's not hold each other up, because that's losing us time to not just the two in front, but the two up the road, who are nearly 3.8 seconds up the road in total. So battle for third very much is open. It's open season in that one. Let's pick a winner out of this. And who is going to be third in this race? It's a difficult one to ask, a difficult one to quantify at times, because you can never take factors that will happen on the snap of a fingers or on a sixpence. So whether Van der Kaaij, Klooster or Del Rey will end up third. Into the last 1 minute and 35 seconds. And Thierry de Jong and Sven Haya still about 2.5 tenths of a second apart, so nothing really splitting the pair. And for the last 3 laps, de Jong has done a 53.7, 53.8, 53.6. Sven Haya 53.7, 53.8, high 53.7. So Thierry de Jong crossed the line with literally just over a lap to go in terms of time. You know, these top two are running pretty quickly. You know, 53.6s, 53.7s here or there, give or take. And they haven't really let each other go. So again, this could be very close indeed out of the final corner. This time is going to be very close indeed. And they crossed the line with about 2 seconds to go. So timer has expired. Sven Haya is still within the window of opportunity to close on the race leader and pick up the win. Van der Kaaij still holding on to third, but for how much longer? Because Thierry Del Rey is right with him in the number 190 on the TD kart. So Thierry manages his own kart brand, well, has a kart brand, has a team, and also races himself. That's a lot to have on your plate at a karting weekend, especially if you've got other drivers. So we go on to our penultimate lap of KZ2 Masters. De Jong still leads. Thierry Del Rey still trying to look for the window of opportunity to get past William van der Kaaij for third place. Might get the run coming out of turn 6 onto the Europelan. Now banging up the gears to 6th. and Del Rey, textbook, up the inside. No real dramas. It was cool. It was calm. It was precise, and he just saw the opportunity, went through, got the job done. William Klooster not too far behind the 104, as on to the last lap of the KZ2 Masters Pre-Final goes both Thierry de Jong and Sven Heyer, covered by just under 2 3/4 tenths of a second, heading on to this lap. Thierry Del Rey now up into 3rd position, ahead of William van der Gaai. Then we've got the 141 of Glenn van den Hurk, who completes the top 5. Wesley de Waal rounds out the top 6, with Anders Elkjær from Denmark just behind. This time the checkered flag waves. Thierry de Jong doesn't need to steal a win like a thief in the middle of the night. Coming out of the final corner, he won that by just under 1.9 seconds after the race was completed. Thierry Del Rey finishes behind Sven Heyer as they round out the top 3, with William van der Gaai and Glenn van den Hurk rounding out the top 5. The 123, Wesley de Waal rounds out 6th, ahead of Anders Elkjær, with the 111 of William Klooster ending up 8th, having started 3rd. The 122 of Niels Costa finishes behind as we wait for the last few drivers to cross the stripe. There is Henk de Jong in the 150. So the KZ2 Masters field makes its way back into pit lane. Niels Costa finishing ahead of Mark Verhoeven. Davide Caruso, Bas Steen, Mick Bertram, Edgar Oosting, Ben Herrera, Gert van den Brink, René Cleven, with Martin Peters completing the top 18. With Anton Gidding, Roland Weerts and Henk de Jong rounding out the 21 that finished. And unfortunately for Martin Versteeg, retirement for the 142 a little bit earlier on in the race. Now we go to KZ2 for the pre-final, and here is your starting grid. After qualifying yesterday, Robin Glerum took pole position ahead of Jens Streuer, with Thomas Cypers and Jeffrey Fixer completing row 2. Gianni Andrissani and Christian de Klein ran out row 3. Sam van Verskuilen and Siep Kuipers ran out row number 4. Quinn Winkel, the defending champion, starts 9th. Alongside him will be Enzo Bol. Gil Mertens and Jarno Opmeer round out row 6. Daniel Tenbach and Fagen Mega round out row 7. Renzo Alibaks and Jimmy Devine round out row 8, with Dan Zopfi, Dion van Werven, Dirk van Silfhout and Kevin Stauer rounding out the top 20. Erik Angenent, Rick Vodendag, Bart Plug and Maxime Deleur round out the 24 that were classified post-qualifying. Cedric Molk, unfortunately, used a non-compliant visor and then got the meatball flag. And then got black flagged after not taking adherence to it. Gianni Andrissani would have started on the front row had it not been for a front-fairing penalty. And Daniel Tenbach would have started towards the bottom part of the top 10. Drivers will now make their way onto the starting grid. And we're running about probably about 10 minutes, close to, well, just under 10 minutes behind schedule. The drivers now will line up on their grid positions, ready for the standing start. 25 drivers set to compete over 10 minutes plus 2 additional laps here at the home of champions. So with everyone now very much in their grid slots, Cedric Malk brings up the rear of the field. Green flag waves at the back. Drivers get themselves ready. Red lights are on. Lights are out. We're underway. And it's the run down to turns 1 and 2. As Glidham leads the field. 2-3 abreast just outside of the top 10 as everyone trying to pull the traction down. 4 wide coming out of turn 3 at the back end of the field. Everyone battling over real estate as they head into turn 6. A couple of drivers getting a bit greedier on the curbs on the inside of turn 6, and then they storm their way down the Europalan. And outside of the top 10, an absolute gaggle of KZ2 karts trying to filter their way through 2 by 2. Hurrah, very much Noah's Ark style, with several drivers. One going very, very wide round the outside at turn number 9. Whoever just touched that water puddle on the outside exit curving at turn 9 was very lucky that the back end didn't step out and spin the driver around 180 degrees the wrong way. So Glidham leads the way. Decline, Cyprus, Troyer, Fixer round out the top 5 places. And that is Decline and Cyprus battling away, and Decline loses big time momentum as a result of that. Troyer gets through, Fixer gets through. Quinn up to 8th. Gianni Andrisani drops to 7th. With Alibax rounding out the top 10. And that is behind the 2-3-4 of Gil Mertens. As the drivers make their way through out of turn number 11. And at absolute breakneck speed, head towards the 12th and final corner. Glidham still leads. Troyer second, Fixer now third. Andrisani rounds out the top 4. Cypers, Decline. We've also got Steve Kuipers in 7th, Quinn Winkel. Renzo Alibax ahead of Gil Mertens in the 2-3-4 for 9th position. As Jeffrey Fixer goes defensive into turn 7 on Gianni Andrisani and holds on to 3rd at this moment. But there is still 7.5 minutes plus an additional lap, additional 2 laps in this pre-final for KZ2. So quite a few drivers getting very, very late on the brakes and dive bombing up the inside through at turn 12. And Cyprus trying to close in on Fixer for that 3rd place. Kuipers down to 8th, courtesy of Kunwinkel, who's up to 7th now. Stahara up from 20th to 16th. Firing Mega started in 14th, finds himself all the way down in 21st. Launch up the inside through into turn 7. Now that was the CRG driver, didn't quite catch out the number. Now still tussling away, heading into turn 10. So it looked like it was the 227 Nasib Kuipers that was leading that gaggle. As now there's going to be a change. Fixer overtaken by Cypers going into turn 2. Andrisani could lose out. very, very quickly if he's not careful to Christian de Klein in the 2.99. Kuipers and Alibak's now ahead of Winkel, who drops to 9th. Mertens now in 10th. So with 5 3/4 minutes remaining on the timer, plus 2 additional laps. It's anyone's guess what's going to transpire over the next few moments. There was a move done by the 2.55 Enzo Bol, and that was on Gil Mertens in the 2.34. Enzo Bol now finds himself up into the top 10, as that's the move from Christian de Klein on Gianni Andrisani. So a good move there by the Dutchman, up for P5 now. Gil Mertens, Sam van Verskuilen, Jarno Opmeer, Dion van Verven and Jimmy Devine now round out the top 15 places. Doug van Zifthout down to 25th, having started 19th on the grid. Steyhauer now up to 16th, had a 10 back who's dropped to 17th, with Malk up 7 places from 25th, as there has been a change for the race lead. And it's changed back again. 92 thousandths between Robin Glirum and Jens Troyer for the race lead. Troyer was looking to stick the nose up the inside through at turn number 3. Wasn't going to happen there. So some switching of positions between these two over the last lap. Zeev Kuiper's fastest lap of the race by the 2.27, 52.563. Whether that might be beaten over the next 5 or so minutes is anyone's guess, but Glirum very much under pressure from his countryman behind. As Quinn Winkel currently running P10 at the moment. And has been passed by Enzo Bol for that 9th place. So it looks like Doug van Zifthout is the driver in front of our 2 race leaders. Robin Glirum, Jens Troyer. Less than a cart length between the pair as they hurtle their way through turn number 5. Hard on the brakes into 6. Gil Mertens, in the meantime, has managed to get himself back up into the top 10. He's about 7 tenths behind Enzo Bol. Farhane Mega now up to 18th. Maxime Delua 23rd now, having got past Adik Anganand. But with Jens Troyer and Thomas Sipers, they are losing a lot of ground to the race leader, who's, well, Jens Troyer hasn't lost that much time, but it's Sipers who last time around was 2.2 seconds behind the 2.42 from the Netherlands in the battle for P2. Glirum has done exactly what he's needed to do at the right place, right time. So we're on to lap 11. The speeds have been blistering, as I said earlier on. And the driver in third place has just also posted the fastest lap. Cyprus 52.430 for the 278 representing Belgium. But with 30 seconds still to go on the timer, plus an additional 2 laps, you never can be too careful about making predictions of what might happen in the race. Is it going to rain? Is it going to shine? What's going on? But with now our penultimate lap of the race underway, Robin Glidham still leading Jens Stroy by just over 2/10. Jens Stroy still trying to close in on Glidham for that race lead. The timer has now expired. 2 more laps to go after this. And then we'll have one more race to take us to the lunch break. The third and final heat for senior Rotax groups A and C will be in action. And Jens Stroy was trying to do the switchback on Robin Glidham, and that has worked. 2 laps to go. Just around about 2.6 kilometres in this pre-final. Jens Stroy now finally makes the breakthrough that he very much needed on Robin Glidham. Thomas Cypers rounding out the top 3 at the moment, a further 1.8 seconds adrift, and that gap could be climbing in the meantime. So timer has now expired. So there are still some battles happening up and down the order. Quinn Vinkel currently rounding out the top 10. Gil Mertens 9th, Lorenzo Alibak's 8th, Gianni Andrisani in 7th, ahead of behind Zeeb Kuipers, who has made up 2 positions. Biggest mover in the order is Alibak's, up 7 places from 15th on the grid to now be in 8th. But out of the final corner, and according to that, looks like the race has come to its conclusion. So Jens Stroy takes the win. Robin Glidham in 2nd. Thomas Cypers in 3rd. Christian de Klein and Jeffrey Fixer complete the top 5. Zeeb Kuipers, Gianni Andrisani, Lorenzo Alibak's, Gil Mertens, Quinn Vinkel, and round out the top 10. Enzo Bolt in 11th, head of Dion van Verven, Sam van der Schuilen, Kevin Steyhauer. Then we've got Daniel Tenbach completing the top 15. Fahin Mega, Cedric Malk, Jano Obmir. Although checkered has gone this time. So not too sure what happened there. But so got as far as Fahin Mega, Cedric Malk and Jano Obmir round out the top 18. 19th Jimmy Devine, 20th Bob Plug, Dan Zopfi, Rick Vornendag, Maxime Deleur, Eric Angenent and Doug van Siftout round out the 25 finishers. Siftout finding himself a lap down after the race had completed. Now it's time for the last heat for senior Rotax. It's groups A and C. Here is your starting grid. Mitch Haynett will be joined by Tommy van der Stroys on the front row, with Julian Klosman and Jaden Teen on row 2. Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Sverre Ubben making an all GKS row 3. Row 4, it's Robbie Slaughter and Jort van Wijk. Felipe Falk and Krik Knorren round out row number 5, completing the top 10. Lawrence Herboz and Lars Venink, that's row 6. Row 7, that is going to be the 348 of Ruben Verheyen, will be joined by Flynn Fitters. We've then got Dylan Visser and Bolowet. Row 8, Milan Kok and Puck Gubbles, row 9. Mika van der Pavert and Lex Quintens round out the top 20. Taicho Mink, Giorgio Markenstein, Wouter Pole, and then we've got Max Costa, Martin Herrera, and then I think that's also Dylan Hummel with Stein Peters, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Simon Pierre, Mila Sjöstrand, Kaz Boshaus, and we've got the 323 of Wesley Eckhart, followed by Devian Host, Amber Quist and Miel Hendricks, rounding out the 35-strong grid. So the red lights are ignited once again on the starting gantry. Ahead of our last race of the morning's action before we go into the lunch break. Big thank you to everyone that has watched so far. For those wondering, the races have been recorded live as they've happened. They are being uploaded into a playlist, which you can watch at any time at your leisure, be it on your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer, whether it be a personal computer, laptop, desktop. Doesn't matter. You can watch it anywhere in the world you want to, absolutely free. Okay. Revs rise as they hit the tram lines. Lights are out. First time, and we are underway. Haynett and van der Stroys lead the field going through into turns 1 and 2. Klosman gets through. Teen gets through. Van der Stroys uses the runoff area. One of the GKS carts goes off on the grass, coming out of the runoff area. Got a bit too close for comfort. They're nearly 3 abreast towards the back end of the field, coming through out of turns 4 and 5. Again, this is one of the big pinch points. It can be 3, 4 abreast. If you're on the outside coming out of turn 6 onto the Europalan, you are one of those drivers that could come into strife very, very quickly indeed. But as we saw in the first heat of the weekend, Mitch Haynett is leading the way, but Jaden Teen in second. Tommy van der Stroys, Julian Klosman round out the top 4 as they come out of turn number 11. Ubben and van Kerkhoffen running in GKS formation as the drivers come across the line. Haynett leads by over half a second from Teen. Van der Stroys, Klosman, Robbie Slaughter, Vincent van Kerkhoffen in 6th ahead of Sverre Ubben. Krik Knorren, Felipe Falk and Jort van Wijk currently round out the top 10. Top 10 covered by just under 3 3/4 seconds. As the majority of the field makes their way down the Europalan at turn 6 to 7. Some drivers again jockeying for position. I think around about top 12, bottom part of the top 12. Probably anywhere between maybe 12th to 20th position. There is some fighting going on. Battle lines are very much being drawn. So we can come round the final corner to complete another lap. Haynett still leads, but it's by just over 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of Jaden Teen. Van der Stroys and Klosman round out the top 4, covered by just under 0.59 of a second. Robbie Slaughter holding station a little bit further back in 5th. Sverre Ubben now past teammate Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Van der Stroys has just lost out 3rd place to Klosman, as there's the change for the race lead through turn 7. Jaden Teen through on Mitch Haynett. And Haynett's going to lose another position. And that was through turn number 9. So Klosman making that move. And it was easier than, it was just as easy as taking candy off of a baby by the 3.73. Teen leads after the next lap. Half a second is the gap between Teen and Klosman. Van der Stroy's third. Stordeur and Haynett now round out the top 5. Sverre Ubben was just over 0.6 of a second behind the 3.10 and might have an opportunity to try and get past the driver on the bright high-vis chassis. Also, TB Kart these days has a UK importer now, not called TB Kart, but I have to give a shout out to Matty Street and the team at X-Kart, using the TB chassis to great effect in the UK karting scene. So all 35 drivers still running after 3 3/4 minutes. But Jaden Teen still holding on to the race lead after 4 laps. Mitch Haynett looking very, very closely, looking at a move up the inside of, more than likely, that is Robbie Stordeur just in front. Now that is Tommy van der Stroys, and the chains come off. The chains come off. I wondered what that was on the right-hand side. Van der Stroys is out of the race. Disaster for the 354. Not exactly what he wanted there. If he's just hit a curb a bit too aggressively, or it's just ended up getting a little bit loose. He was at full speed coming out of turn 6, and then the kart just slowed. Just rapidly, as soon as you lose that sprocket, you lose that chain. Yeah, it came out from the right rear. And there is the 317 of Robbie Stordeur, losing to both Mitch Haynett and Sverre Ubben. So yellow flags at turn 6 because of the fact that they have. Now I'm sure that Tommy will have been escorted to safety, but a real shame for the young man as Sverre Ubben through on Mitch Haynett. That is a change for 4th, and you've got the likes of Krik Knuren, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Lawrence Herboz that aren't that far behind either. So this is going to be a real squabble in the final 4 minutes and 20, plus 2 additional laps. Haynett through, so is Stordeur. So Ubben drops to 5th. Then there's Krik Knuren, Vincent van Kerkhoffen and Lawrence Herboz. Borlouet, in the meantime, has already gotten past Jort van Wijk for 9th place. So Tommy van der Stroys unfortunately becomes the first casualty. Vincent van Kerkhoffen gets through on Krik Knuren at turn 7. And that is the change for 6th place. Herboz is there. Loet and Van Wijk have also closed in. So whilst people have been squabbling, others have been able to close on in with them. Jaden Teen at the moment with now 7 laps completed of this final senior Rotax heat. Has got a lead of just under 0.6 of a second ahead of Klosman. Haynett. There's Ubben and Stordeur battling over 4th place going through turn 2. Van Kerkhoffen, Herboz, Knuren, Loet, Van Wijk. Then you've got a little bit, you've got one kart slowing through out of turn 2. So someone has come into strife and is going to tumble down the order significantly. So we've already had Tommy van der Stroys' chain go as he came out of turn number 6 not that long ago. But somebody else has really not had a great day or a great final heat. 2 minutes and 35 seconds, plus 2 laps remain. So Tien, Kloosman, Heine, Ubben, Storder, Herboz, Van Kerkhoffen, Loet, Van Wyk, Knoren drops to 10th. And I'm just waiting for a few more drivers to cross the line. That will give me the indication as to who just had a drama out of turn. Right, it's Lex Quintons that had the drama, 3.89. Devin Host, who didn't have a good first heat, bent back axle on the CRG. Hasn't stopped him from moving significantly up the order. He's up now from 20, well, sorry. Devin Host actually started all the way down in 33rd position and has made up 16 places. Sverre Ubben now pulls the trigger, goes up the inside at turn 2 on Mitch Hainert. Robbie Storder thought there was an opportunity, tried to stick his nose up in there and could not get through. Devin Host, no surprise here, fastest lap of the race now set, 55.052 by the 3:45. But Jaden Tien will pretty much put himself at the sharp end of the field come the final later on this afternoon. So 3 more laps to go. We head on to lap 11 as the timer was at around about 42 seconds when Jaden Tien crossed the line. Sverre Ubben leading the pack that are gunning for 3rd place. They're about 3.1 seconds behind Julian Kloosman, who is in P2. And, oh, well, we've also had, along with Tommy van der Stroys, Mila Sjöstrand is out of the race on lap 6. But there is one of the Dams racing carts having to fight a little bit. Could be. I think that's Boloet in the 3:24. Timer has expired. 2 laps to go. And Jaden Tien has a lead of just over a second ahead of Julian Kloosman. There is going to be a change happening. Looks like Robbie Storder has got through on Boloet. As Mitch Hainert, in his own right, is closing on in on the driver in front. 3-way scrap behind with Boloet, Piggy in the middle. I think there's a little bit of a glance between them, as in glancing blow, but no harm, no foul. So Robbie Storder and Jort van Wyk find themselves ahead of Boloet as the last lap board goes out for the 3rd and final heat for seniors, seen by Jaden Tien from the Netherlands in the 3:59. He's nearly 1.1 seconds up the road from Julian Kloosman. Sverre Ubben continues to round out the top 3. Lawrence Herboz, Mitch Hainert rounds out the top 5. Looks like Lex Quintons in the meantime has dropped all the way from 20th to 33rd. Not too sure if that kart may make it to the checkered, considering a significant drop, as it is getting a bit feistier between these 3. Van Wyk in the middle, Storder up ahead, and Loet just behind. So this is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. Could come down to the wire. But in the meantime, out of the final corner, 2 wins from 2 heats puts Jaden Tien on provisional pole position for the top 36 final later on. Julian Kloosman finishes just under 0.8 of a second behind. In P2, Sverre Ubben 3rd, Lawrence Herboz, Mitch Hainert, Robbie Storder, Jort van Wyk, Boloet Felipe Falk and Mika van der Parvet round out the top 10 positions. Ruben Verheyen in 11th, Krik Knuren, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Milan Kok and Devin Horst round out the top 15. Devin Horst making up 18 positions to finish in 15th. Started 33rd. Puck Gubbles, Wouter Polly, Martin Herrera, Lars Venning and Giorgio Markenstein round out the top 20. Miel Hendricks up from 35th to 21st at the checkered ahead of Dylan Visser, Flynn Fitters, Tai Cho Ming, Stein Peters, Kaz Boshaus, Max Costa, Dylan Hummel, Enzo van den Dickenberg, Simon Pierre, Amber Quist, Wesley Eckhart and Lex Quintons rounding out the drivers that finished the race. Lap 6, Milos Jostrand out, Tommy van der Stoys, Rogue Chain leaving the chassis, meant he would retire on lap 4. Well, as you can see on the Parc Fermé and the dummy grid, Micromax are getting ready for their final, which will be starting in about 15 minutes' time. So we're going to go to a brief break here on the live stream. Thank you so much for... We've seen viewers over 450 concurrently watching the live stream, so we hope you'll all join us in just over 10 minutes when we have the build-up for the last bit of racing action for the opening round of the 2024 Dutch Rotax KZ2 Masters Championship, powered by Chrono Karting. Well, time to get underway with our first final of the season opener here at Karting Genk. It's time for Micromax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. On pole position, it will be Max Moore from Germany that took the win by just over 5 seconds ahead of DD2 in the number 90. Conor Haufer will line up on the inside of row number 2. Alongside will be Dimitar Lazarov, with Tristan Abils and Maximilian Kiel rounding out the top 3 rows. Niki Naruhito Tomasi and Ryan Rampadarath will round out row 4, with Leon Herbos and Noah Steyhouder rounding out the top 10. Julius Cabal, Jesse Moonen, Leonard Costa and Bruce Chirino round out the grid. The number 10 of Jesse Moonen actually got a 3-second time penalty for being 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the start. And also for Julius Cabal and Leonard Costa, both had 5-second post-race penalties for out-of-position front fairings. So we up the ante for this afternoon's races. All of the races taking place now will be 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. So the drivers are now on their official formation lap. The red lights are showing up on the starting gantry. So drivers now are getting themselves ready ahead of the rolling start. They come through turn number 10. Drivers make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time, and we are underway. The field fans out all the way across the width of the circuits as Max Moore leads the field into turns 1 and 2. We have had one that's just had a little drama coming into turn 2 and has got back going again as the rest of the field makes their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. Max Moore leads ahead of DD2. Conor Haufer rounds out the top 3 with Dimitar Lazarov in 4th. Maximilian Kiel looks to have moved up the order a couple of positions in the meantime, as the drivers now will make their way down through turn 9. Good to have the sunshine breaking through in the skies up above to bathe the circuit in a little bit of residual warmth. But we now come to the end of the opening lap of this race. The Micromax and Micromax Rookie Final. Max Moore has a lead of just under 2.5 tenths of a second. And DD2 Dimitar Lazarov now up into 3rd ahead of Conor Haufer. Maximilian Kiel rounds out the top 5 ahead of Leon Herbos. Tristan Abils in the number 9 rounds out the top 7. Leonard Costa has already moved up 5 positions to 8th place ahead of Noah Steyhouder, with Ryan Rampadarath rounding out the top 10. So they come down the back straightaway, down the Europalan into turn 7. And hang on a second, I'm not too sure if that is possible. Yes, we've got the sun out, and there is some showering of rain. I never thought I'd be saying that. The sun came out, and then the rain went, hello. It looks like it's the briefest of showers, but the drivers will still be able to run on these slick tyres. I'm just keeping an eye on what the skies are doing up above. As the field makes its way across the line to complete lap 2, Conor Halfer sets the fastest lap of the race, and now it's Niki Naruhito Tomase, who's dropped 5 positions all the way down to 12th. It's put in a 1 minute 4.961. Yeah, it was a the briefest of shower of rain, but there's a couple of drops. There's a puddle outside of the right-hand side on the roof, just outside of the commentary box position. But we are seeing some good battling here. Kirsta, Abils, Rampa Darath, and looks like Kirsta has just made a move. That would have been on the number 98 of Leon Herbos. So that now means that there has been a further change. That puts the driver from GKS up the order as Conor Halfer loses out to Maximilian Kiel. That's the change for 4th place. So side by side, a little bit further back coming through turn number 12. And that would be between, I think, Ryan Rampadarath, possibly Noah Stehalder, as they were side by side coming out of turn number 12. Max Moore still leads the way, 0.336 ahead of Didi Dadale, with Dimitar Lazarov in 3rd. Maximilian Kiel starting to chase them down. Max Moore has also set a new fastest lap of the race. Meantime, the number 12 of Stehalder has just been passed. I think that was by Niki Naruhito Tomase. So there are going to be quite a few changes up and down the order over the next 8 minutes and 50 seconds, plus 2 additional laps to see who will be the winner of our first final in 2024. Gap is fractionally coming down between 1st and 2nd, but there's Lazarov trying to fire it up the inside of Dadale. And the number 90 manages to keep it parked on the racing line, heading through into turn 3. Lazarov looking for the move up the inside through at turn 5. Puts the German on the outside going into turn 6. Maximilian Kiel now factoring into this, along with Conor Halfer, who looks over the right shoulder going down the Europalan between turns 6 and 7. So it is going to be a race between this quintet here, these 5 drivers, as they make their way through into turn number 12 once again. Now complete 5 laps of racing around this 1,360-metre 12-turn anti-clockwise circuit here at Genk. And the top 5 covered by just over 1 1/4 seconds. Maximilian Kiel was looking towards the outside of Dimitar Lazarov ever so briefly into turn 2, but has to be very, very cautious, because one wrong move from the number 69 could mean that the number 23 of Kiel and the number 78 of Halfer could very much take the opportunity by the scruff of the neck and get through. Kirsta has lost out to Rampadarath in the meantime, so that's a change for 9th in the running order. As we are coming up to 6 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. And Max Moore, so far, has led every single lap. Dadale is falling into the clutches of those behind. Lazarov looks for the move up the inside through turn 2 and gets through for 2nd. There's nearly enough room for a 2nd kart to go through there. Given the opportunity, Maximilian Kiel would have taken it quite well. Thereby, we now see another change. Dadale had the run of momentum on Lazarov going through into turn 6, retakes 2nd position. As into turn 7, Lazarov runs a little bit deep into the corner, nearly allowing Kiel and Halford to get through. And that bridges a little bit of a gap between 2nd and 3rd. Behind Tristan Abeels, who's having a bit of a lonely race at the minute. Battle for 8th is between Leon Herbos and Niki Naruhito Tomase. That's for the battle for 7th place. As Tomase might just be trying to get through on Herbos. Max Moore's lead now stretches to 1.1 seconds. Coming up to 5 minutes to go, Maximilian Kiel looking up the inside of Dimitar Lazarov as Conor Halfer looks up the inside through into turn 4 and gets through on the number 23 for 4th place. Great anticipation from Conor Halfer there. Maximilian Kiel trying to carry the momentum through turn 5. Halfer shuts the door very quickly through into 6. And Kiel now will get the slingshot, possibly. Well, it was not enough overspeed there for the 23 to get through. But then Halfer runs wide through turn 8. Kiel gets back through for 4th. And this has allowed Tristan Abeels to close on in. Whilst everyone's been scrapping in front of the number 9 from Belgium, he's been able just to carry on with his own race and start closing the gap over every sector, over every single lap of the race. Looks like we've got a change for 2nd, and it's going to be a run to turns 1 and 2 between Dedale and Lazarov. Lazarov was slightly ahead at the stripe, but Dedale manages to get back through, takes the defensive line, parks it on the racing line through turn 3. But there we go, Lazarov looking through at turn 5, trying to get the switchback through out of 6. And Dedale managing to stay ahead. Gets a little bit sideways coming through turn 7. Runs a little bit wide through 8. That nearly allowed Lazarov to get through. Dedale's rear bumper is looking a bit wonky, let's say. Oh, no, and that is not exactly what Didi Dedale wanted to happen. Lazarov went for the move, got up the inside. Dedale tried to counter-attack and ended up backwards into the barriers. So Didi Dedale's opportunity of a top 3 finish in the final has just been dealt a significant blow. So it's all about now who is going to finish 2nd in this race. Lazarov leads the four-cart train out of Maximilian Kiel, Conor Halfer and Tristan Abeels. And the 4 of them were covered by around about 0.6 of a second. After 9 laps of racing, we're on lap 10 with 2 minutes and 45 to go. Tristan Abeels looking for the move up the inside of Conor Halfer through turn 10. Neatly executed by the number 9. So, good awareness by the young Belgian. So, breaks the top 4 German stranglehold on this race. Meantime, Niki Naruhito Tomase is leading the rest of the field in 6th out of Ryan Rampadarath. Didi Dedale at the moment is not that far behind being back into the top 10, but won't be at the sharp end. Abeels goes defensive through into turn 10 on Halfer as we head into the final minute and 20 seconds, plus 2 additional laps here in this Micromax final. Max Moore has cantered away into the distance. Gap was just under 2.9 seconds last time around. It's gone down ever so slightly to about just under 2.8 as Abeels and Halfer still battling away whilst they're squabbling. Lazarov and Kiel are pulling away. Abeels was just under 0.8 of a second behind in 4th place of Kiel in 3rd. So we now head down into the final timed part of this race before the final 2 laps. 30 seconds on the timer as our race leader, Max Moore, heads down the short straightaway into Cafe Corner at turn 10. So Max Moore comes out of the final corner, crosses the line with 8 seconds to go. So 3 laps to go, including this one. And a new fastest lap by the race leader, 1 minute 3.577. As again, Conor Halford trying to get through onto Tristan Nabil's for 4th place, but it just doesn't seem to be working for the number 78 at this time. But might get a good run coming out of turn 6. And then the run down to the Europalan. And then to turn 7 at the chicane. And Halfer was not close enough, but might be able to carry the momentum through 8, which might give him an opportunity in the final sector here at the circuit. And is within a kart length coming out of turn number 10. So Tristan Nabil will need to have eyes in the back of the his head to try and battle away with Conor Halfer for that position. So, penultimate lap underway in the Micromax final. Max Moore leads comfortably, 2.75 seconds after 13 laps. We're on to lap 14 out of 15. Maximilian Kiel still trying to put pressure onto Dimitar Lazarov in second. Tristan Nabil goes slightly defensive on the run into turn 7 off of the Europalan in front of Conor Halfer. And the majority of the field, 13 of them, rounded out by DD2 Masters in the number 90, covered by 14.5 seconds total. But Max Moore will see the last lap board. This is for the final time for these drivers this weekend. Max Moore leads us on to the final lap of the race, 2.7 seconds ahead of Dimitar Lazarov, with Maximilian Kiel rounding out the top 3. Tristan Nabil, Conor Halfer round out the top 5. Niki Naruhito Tomasi 6th. Head of Ryan Rampadarath, Leon Herbos, Leonard Costa, Noah Stehauder, Jesse Moonen, Julius Cabal, and DD2 Masters rounding out the top 13. Bruce Chirino still plugging away, still getting plenty of seat time. And this will help the number 83 to carry on that learning of racecraft. But our leader, Max Moore, is now making his way through turn number 10 for the 15th and final time. It's been pretty seamless for this young German. He comes out of the final corner from lights out to checkered flag. Max Moore wins the Micromax final and celebrates in completely the right way. Both hands off the steering wheel saying, look, Mum, no hands. But what a job. 2.6 seconds was the winning margin after 15 laps of racing for Germany's Max Moore. And it's a top 3 for Germany, courtesy of Dimitar Lazarov and Maximilian Kiel in the 69 and the 23 that ran at the top 3. Tristan Nabil and Conor Halfer complete the top 5 ahead of Niki Naruhito Tomasi, with Ryan Rampadarath, despite being ill and all, finishes a credible P7 in that race. Lennart Köster started 13th, finished in 8th, with Leon Herbos, Noah Stehauder, Jesse Moonen, Julius Cabal, DD2 Masters, and we're just waiting for our final driver to come across the line and out of the final corner. Bruce Chirino in the number 83 will take the checkered flag and round out the rounding order, the finishing order of that race. But Max Moore dominant from lights out to checkered flag, even with the best efforts of DD2 Masters at one point. Well, I was just about to say, let's go through the starting grid as one has gone completely exit stage left on the start-finish rate. Liam Bastero, another kart, was also struggling with dramas to get started, but here is the starting grid for the Minimax final. Victor Reutz starts from pole position ahead of Judrent with Vic van Kampenhout and Lucas Torda rounding out the top 2 rows. James van der Poel and Kimmy May, row 3. Duncan Hudson and Gage Moyes, row 4. Vince van der Hallen and Liam Hauger round at the top 10. Richard Joppen, AJ Berggraaf, Mika Vonk, Tristan Shays, Jesse Andringa, Jeff Verbeek, Milano Shiphorst, Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Jarakiewicz Bosch, and Tim Steger round out the top 20. Lina Grijf, Thijs Den Dekker, Edin Arad, Dejan Habits, Olivier Mazurkovic, Liam Bastero, Jenthe Moonen, Tiger Holthausen and Jack Dupre round out the 29-strong grid. They go on to their formation lap. The 170 of Van Vlaanderen got a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. Jenthe Moonen got a mechanical black flag for the rear bumper. Also, the 194 of Richard Joppen got a 1-place penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct, unsportsmanlike driving. 6 drivers got a 5-second front fairing penalty. And also, Vince van der Hallen actually got a 10-second post-race penalty by failing to follow the instructions of the officials. There is a set procedure that if you are unable to get out, this is my understanding, that if you manage to get the kart fired up, but you haven't made it onto the sighting and the sighting lap, but you get out before the formation, you normally will start from you'll either be at the back of the grid, or you'll be released when the start is underway. So we are under starters orders for the Minimax and Minimax Rookie final. 13 minutes plus an additional lap. We'll see who is the one that's going to be top of the podium. Liam Bastero not taking part. Kart by the side on the start-finish straight. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are not going out. It's a full start for the final. They are going around again. Oh, and we've got another one off. Dejan Habits off at the other side of the start-finish straight. So not going too well, I'm afraid, for 2 respective drivers. That drops us down to 29 competitors. Well, it looks like, hang on a second, the 151 is back out on the circuit. Liam Bastero is out on the track and has just gone through turn 4. And the same with Dejan Habits, who's just now going through into turn 3. For those wondering there, you can see it on your picture-in-picture on your screens. So the revs rise, lights are on. Are we going lights out this time? No, we're not. So the clock continues to count down. As I said earlier on in the broadcast today, folks, that once you get a second full start, the red flag now is being brandished. So the drivers will be halted on the circuit on the approach into turn 10. So this now is a race against the clock. So for those that are looking, you know, feel that they've got pace underneath them in the kart, the time is now ticking. So the drivers go into the tram lines for the third attempt at a race start, and this time the lights go out. The field makes its way into turns 1 and 2, and we've had a drama, one of which was James van der Poel, Jenthe also around at turn 2. So James van der Poel started 5th on the road. And the rear axle went skywards. Jenthe I think, might have gotten a little bit of an assist as well, or may have self-rotated. As we've got quite a few drivers trying to go through turn 8. So leaders now making their way towards the completion of the opening lap, as in the proper official opening lap. But there has been a change at the front end. So who's going to be leading? Well, no surprise here. Vince van der Halen is leading the way. Second is Vic van Kampenhout. Duncan Hudson rounds out the top 3 and is nearly clashing. Oh, he's just caught the rear right side of the bumper on the back of Vic van Kampenhout's kart. And luckily enough that Vic's bumper did not get ripped on that side, because otherwise that would have been a mechanical black flag for the 124. Hudson looking up the inside through turn 7, gets through for second. Victor Reitz and Rickert Joppen round out the top 5, but there Van Kampenhout goes back through again. At turn 8, Victor Reitz now decides to dive bomb up the inside, as does Joppen. Hudson finds himself down into 5th place. Judren, I think, is just behind. Oh, that's off the circuit there for the 194 of Rickert Joppen. It's not a great thing to have happen coming out of turn number 10. Kimmy May's on the move as well, and has made up at least another position or 2. Van der Halen leads by nearly a second and a half. Van Kampenhout, Reitz, Joppen, Hudson, May now up to 6th, or back up to where he started the race quite a while ago, as we started the race 4.5 minutes ago when we had the second full start. Hudson looking up the inside of Joppen and gets through. That's the change for 4th. Vic van Kampenhout and Victor Reitz have just over 8 minutes plus 2 laps to catch the driver in front. Vince van der Halen is pulling away initially. And then you look outside of the top 10 from, say, Mazurkiewicz, who's gone all the way from 25th to 11th and is on the verge of breaking into the top 10. Gagemo is currently rounding out the top 10 at the minute. Oh, well, Kimmy May's just dropped, as have quite a few other... Well, there's been some drivers tumbling down the order. Others have managed to resurge their way up a few positions. Tiger Holthausen started down in 28th and is now 16th. So there is the battle for fourth place, the 177 of Hudson and the 194 of Joppen. That's the battle for P4 and P5. Victor Reutz, in the meantime, has got past Vic van Kampenhout. So those two round out the top three. Jord Drent might not be in sixth anymore because I think I just saw a flash of Tony Kart colours, and that would have been Lucas Lauder. And Jord Drent is losing another position, this time to Mika Vonk. Or it could be Kees Moyes. Yep, Kees Moyes through on Jord Drent. And Mazurkovic now up 16 positions to 9th as Joppen gets through on Audson and managed to get the move completed coming out of turn number 4. Mika Vonk now drops down to 10th position. Kimmy Mays now outside of the top 10 in 11th. So, just under 6 minutes remaining on the timer. Daysten Dekker is the driver in 29th and last position, but with the entire field covered by just over 14.3 seconds. And there are times when I'm seeing, well, Mazurkovic has just got past on Jord Drent, and that is a change for 8th. So the 116 up now 17 positions. Jenthe Moonen from the back end of the order, 27th. And has just made up 14 places to 13th. Now, I'm wondering what's going on at the top of... I'm not too sure. Is there something I've just seen on the top part of the... on the radiator of Vic van Kampenhout's kart? It's nothing caught, so I'm just wondering if there's definitely something billowing from the top part of the radiator. It doesn't look to be. Yeah, there's something definitely. Unless the pipes come loose. There is a pipe that attaches to the top part of the radiator on the engines. Or is it? Yeah, that's definitely... Like, literally, as soon as Vic lifts off the throttle, whatever it is, whether it's some kind of vapor or fuel... but it isn't slowing Vic van Kampenhout down that much, really. He's on level pace with the two in front and is still keeping with Victor Reutz. So we have 3 minutes and 41 seconds, plus 2 additional laps to go. And Vince van der Hollen's lead is 1.856 seconds. Victor Reutz in P2, Vic van Kampenhout P3, Joppen, Ausden, Moyes, Slauder, Mazurkovic, Vonk, May. That's your top 10, covered by just over 5.9 seconds. So just under 3 minutes to go, plus those all-important additional 2 laps for the drivers. Van der Hollen is away and clear. His lead was just under 1.9 seconds, but then it's what's going to occur between Victor Reutz and Vic van Kampenhout. What's the difference between them? 0.215 of a second. Van Kampenhout has not let Victor Reutz go out of his sight. That is incredibly, incredibly crucial that Van Kampenhout was the slowest out of the top 3, but was only 2/10 slower. Yeah, there's definitely some vapour coming off of the top right-hand corner of the engine on the radiator on that Minimax engine. Yeah, I can't see anything, any sort of like plastic debris or anything like that has been. Yeah, there it is again. It looks more like it's exhaust vapor. Well, it's either exhaust vapor or water vapor. But Van Kampenhout is still closing. Van Kampenhout is within 2 kart lengths of Victor Reutz. Just under 0.2 of a second separating them after 10 laps. We're now on to lap number 11. And that normally, yeah, I'm seeing a bit of a pattern emerge here, whereby when Vic is pressing the pedal through the corners, you see sort of like a little bit of vapor release, and then if it happens more significantly, then it's a whitish vapor, but it's not slowing him down. So we're going to go on to lap 12 very shortly as Vince van der Hollen crosses the line. 37 seconds remaining on the timer, so 3 laps, including this one, to go. Holthausen looks to have possibly parked it as Joppen and Uddsen battling away again. Crisscross between the pair. Uddsen up the inside through at turn number 4 and retakes 4th place from the 194. Mazurkovic in the number 116 now up to 6th place and climbing. That's 19 positions over the last 10 minutes. It's pretty impressive when you think about it. Maybe if we had, if the drivers did actually have the lights go out on the second start, as long as it was all nice and clean and fair, we could have seen a very, very different story with Mazurkovic in this race. But 2 laps to go. Here is the battle for 4th place, because now Joppen has lost out that position. Keep your eyes on the 2 behind. There's Jenthimuna looking up the inside of Gage Moyes, going through into turn 5. And that's the battle for P7. Moonen looking up the inside, gets through at turn 7 off of the Europalan. Bumps over the curbs, nearly drifts a little bit too wide coming out of turn 10. But the 110 from Belgium holds on to the position. Next time around, we'll get the final lap board of this weekend for these Minimax drivers. So last lap board is out. Vince van der Hollen takes a look over the right shoulder. So he goes on to what is the 14th and final lap of this race. And there is Mazurkovic. Oh, dearie me. Uddsen went over the back bumper of the 116 and nearly paid the price. Went off circuit. Jenthimuna deciding, well, Rickard Joppen, I'll get past you. Thank you very much. That's another position for Jenthimuna. Mazurkovic and Moonen have, well, Moonen's just taken, that's position 21. Make that possibly 22. That is the case because Uddsen's run wide. So how's this for a pretty solid comeback? Jenthimuna will be very, very happy at the comeback in this race. But Vince van der Hollen wins the Minimax final and celebrates. Victor Reutz and Vic van Kampenhout round out the top 3. Well, would you look at this? 4th and 5th, respectively. Olivier Mazurkovic and Jenthimuna, the pair of you need to take a bow. 21 and 22 places gained over the course of the race. Mazurkovic takes 4th, Moonen takes 5th. Rickert Joppen, Kees Moyes, Duncan Oudsen, AJ Berggraaf and Lucas Stoddard round out the top 10. Mika Vonk in 11th, Kimi May, Jeff Verbeek, Milano Shiphorst, and Tristan Shays round out the top 15. Jesse Andringa, Dejan Habits, Laurens van Vlaanderen, Lena Grijf and Neem Hauger round out the top 20. Jara Kiewicz-Bosch, Aiden Arad-Jodrent, Dave Stendekker, Liam Besteiro and Jack Depré round out the 26 that finished. And there you see the 106 in the bottom left-hand corner of your screens of James van der Poel's kart. Looks like he's had an incident with Tim Steger in the dying moments of the race. They're both out on the final lap. And Tygo Holdhausen retires lap 9. Now we head to the Junior Rotax Final. Let's have a look at the starting grid ahead of 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps of racing. Max Swiderski and Boris Maximov making an all-Dutch front row. Thies van Wijk and Lars Lambers, row 2. Dave Stevens and Alexander van Meeuwen round out row 3. Ryan Kiewicz-Bosch and Thomas Verheyen round out row 4 with Bodine Blankenberg and Ryan Bourguignon rounding out the top 10. Bran van der Weken joined by Aaron Vida on row number 6. Row 7, Jake Menton and Lieke van Berkel. Row 8, Rocco Keur and Tom Reijer, with Noah Neumann, Eva Dorrestein, Luca van Leer and Jur Valkenaars rounding out the top 20. João Maria Pereira, Henry Melchior, Vince Thies, Oliver Janssen, Tony van Leersum, Luden Engelsman, Nicholas Nys, Jim Bak, Fabian Godman, Nicolas Machon, Rick Corporal, Jort van Ekelen, Levi Dries, and Temo Koopmans round out the 34-strong grid. Koopmans was actually classified last for being found underweight post-race for the pre-final. The 228 received a penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. So Rocco Keur, and then we had the 223. Well, we had 8 drivers in total that all received 5-second time penalties post-race. So you had the 285 of Lieke van Berkel, the 223 of Bourguignon, the 231, Jake Menton, 266 Dorrestein, 284 Van Leer, 225 Valkenaars, 218 Janssen, and 224 of Levi Dries. So quite a few penalties were issued. So the red lights are on the starting gantry. 34 junior Rotax drivers set to go into battle for one final time. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time. We are underway on the run down to turns 1 and 2. Max Siderski trying to keep a hold of the lead at the moment. Boris Maximov going round towards the outside, and a big accident at turn 2. 8, 9 carts involved. Some managing to get away, I think one of which was Rick Corporal in the number 244. So we've got yellows at Marshall post number 1. There is one driver trying to make their way through, but Max Siderski has just had the lead snatched away from him through turn 7, and now he's lost out second as well. So Boris Maximov in P2. Thijs van Wijk now up into the race lead. Dave Stevens now up into P4, chasing down Siderski for third. So a few drivers trying to do the old switcheroo coming through the final corner. Van Wijk leads after the opening lap by 6.5 tenths. Head of Maximov. Siderski. Oh, we've got a yellow flag at Marshall post 2. There's one stricken on the outside of turn 4. Driver walking away from the kart. So quite a few dramas in the opening lap and a half, or lap and a half here in this junior Rotax final. Drama for the 229 I've just spotted. I think it might be the 229. It might be the 228, Rocco Keur possibly. But Van Wijk leads the way. Maximov second. There's Tay Stevens leading the rest of the train, which includes Lars Lambers at the front end of it. Thomas Verheyen in the 288. Alexander Van Meeuwen at the back of it. There's 3 other drivers trying to also give chase. So Van Wijk leads by nearly 8.5 tenths of a second. There's a that was a chance opportunity there for Thomas Verheyen to put one up on Lars Lambers. So quite a few drivers involved in the battle for P3. Stevens ahead. Oh, Lambers. I'm not too sure if he got an assist from behind, but did he accidentally tap the rear bumper of Tay Stevens coming out of the chicane? A bit too difficult to make that out. But the kart was twitching from left to right. Now there's an opportunity. Oh, dearie me. Lars Lambers went deep up the inside of Tay Stevens. For third, lost out the position. And that allowed Thomas Verheyen to get through. Stevens now back through. There's Swiderski trying to get through on the 2-2-3 of Bourguignon. Van Meeuwen. Oh, we've had a drama coming out of turn number 3. It looks like Alexander Van Meeuwen was involved in the 2-2-7. So yellow flags just briefly waved at Marshall Post 2. Looks like there was more than one kart involved. I do say it takes two to tango. And it takes two, majority of the times, it takes two drivers to have an incident. So with 9 minutes and 20 seconds still to go, plus the additional 2 laps, Van Wijk leads by 1.2 seconds. And now we'll come across the line again and goes quicker still. 56.981 expands the gap between himself and Boris Maximov to nearly 1.6 seconds. Stevens needs to do one of two things. Either go off on his own or get the rest behind to start following him, to chase down Maximov, to chase down Deze Van Wijk, not just for second, but for the race lead. And Bourguignon not wanting to hang about, looks up the inside. Through goes the French driver. And that was a nice little exchange. Neatly places the kart up the inside and gets the job done. Swiderski is waiting in the wings, though. So this is 4th to 6th place. And Swiderski looking for a move up the inside of Verheyen. Tries to stop the attack coming out of the final corner. And a little bit of a touch between the pair as they run slightly deep into turn 2. But joining them is Ryan Kivitsbosch in 7th place. And even at this stage, it's difficult to, say who's going to be the best driver, who's going to win the race. Well, we have had a change of position. So we have 7 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this race. And it's getting a bit feisty out there. There's the 2.66 of Eva Dorrestein, her first race in a Rotax, and has just done a great move up the inside at turn 3 on Alexander Van Meeuwen, who's just got back through. And that's Adam Vida in the 2.68, just behind the 2.66 from the Netherlands. Eva Dorrestein actually was one of the finalists, along with the likes of Vanessa Zorkanaite and Alice Fairclough for the girls on track assessment. Also competes a lot domestically in karting, but here we go. There's a bit of a it could be a little bit of action happening, and there is, courtesy of Dave Stevens and Ryan Bourguignon. The two very close proximity to one another. Max Swiderski has got the ringside seat. Nicholas Nys out on the opening lap. Jort van Ekelen out on lap 4. Vince Dries now drops to the back end of the field as Dave Stevens loses out 3rd position to Ryan Bourguignon. And that was through at turn 7. Max Swiderski now looking for the inside move at turn 9 on the 2.82. That did not, well, that was quite clearly a case of, full commitment, but not exactly the best. It's difficult to say when you can and when you can't overtake. In karting, you can make some wonderful overtakes. I still remember Sebastian de Grand's overtake at the outside of turn number 7. Here, Dave Stevens looking up the inside of Ryan Bourguignon. This is allowing Max Swiderski to get through on the French driver. And Swiderski now up to P4. And is holding his own in this race. So 277. Jod van Ekelen actually had a rear bumper loose, so meatball flag was given. Right, so we've had another couple of penalties. Thomas Verheyen has got a time penalty, and so has the 242. Lars Lambers. Both have just received a 3-second post-race time penalty for ignoring a yellow flag. We did have one a little while ago as well. So Dave Stevens, Max Siderski and Ryan Bourguignon still battling away over this final position in the top 3. You've still got the additional 2 laps after the timer has expired. João Maria Pereira up 5 places from 21st to 16th. Temo Koopmans demoted through technical disqualification at the end of the pre-final, now has made up 12 positions. Biggest mover of this race. Not necessarily of the weekend, but this particular race. And still the fireworks have come out. Oh, right, here we go. So that is Siderski, Verheyen, Bourguignon, Kivitz Bosch, Van der Vreken, Dorrestein and Blankenberg. Right. So that is 3rd to 10th, covered in 1.2 seconds. And there are more karts joining the train. So from Siderski down to Luca van Leer in 13th position. That's just over 2 seconds. Not much when you think about it, but then you see these drivers racing these packs like we see now. And sometimes you'll think, oh, right, I really, really need to get away. I need to get my mind clear. And then you see something like that happens, and you're like thinking, oh my goodness, like we've got a real fight in our hands. That's what we have here. So from Verheyen in 3rd to Alexander Van Meeuwen. That's about 7 or so seconds. But then it's going to be 3 wide. Someone's gone high, wide and handsome around the outside on the run down the Europlan into turn number 7. And it was 3 wide. I was just like thinking, hopefully there's nothing's going to happen here. But with the unpredictability of motorsport, that can happen. Speaking of unpredictability, spots of rain have just been hitting the commentary box. And I think the weather could be shifting. And I use the word preemptively, think. And the lead now is coming up to 3.3 seconds. Max Siderski's going to lose another spot. Maybe, yeah, make that 2. Could have been 3. Courtesy of Bran van der Vreken. Oh, mistake there from Kivitz Bosch in the 232. As, oh, right, one of the CRGs has got off. And that's the 232. Kivitz Bosch is off. And that's at turn 6. So the question is, this weather. And the rain is not coming down in the traditional sense. If it's significant enough, it is happening. Down at turn 10, I saw one driver completely sideways. Completely sideways. And that person, I think, was João Maria Pereira. Was very, very lucky that did not go around. And the rain started to come down heavier. I can see it on the roof. There's a puddle, and it is literally starting to... well, it did have a quick, like literally spurt of rainfall happening. And now you can see drivers are all over the place. This is getting a bit treacherous. The timer has expired. So there are darker clouds. Yep, there's João Maria Pereira from Portugal, who's gone around. So these drivers have to be very, very careful. Incredibly, incredibly careful right now. Thijs van Wijk is still leading. Max Swiderski, I've seen up the order as well. These drivers are just going to have to play it safe. They can't take any undue risks. So it could be completely well, sounds like a Spa conundrum here. Can be completely dry at one part of the circuit and wet somewhere else. And you're on slick tyres, that can cause you a problem. 2 laps to go in this Junior Rotax final. Yep, I've just noticed the rain is starting to come down again. 2 wide, coming out of turn number 4. Incredibly, incredibly close. But some of these drivers are just... oh, right, yellow flags at Marshall Post 1. So another driver's gone straight on. Someone else has gone off, and that's the 296. And that was Bran van der Weyken. And the karts are struggling. Everyone is struggling for traction. We're on the penultimate lap of the race, and the rain is coming. The rain is coming, even though there is sunshine coming through parts of the blue sky up above. Everyone it's like dancing on an ice rink with race boots on your feet, not ice skates. You are literally trying to do everything to not rotate the kart, not have an incident with anybody else. It has caused absolute pandemonium. The drivers will be breathing the biggest sigh of relief possible as we go on to the final lap. What a drama, and it's really turned what's going to be the finishing order upside down. Kiewitzbosch out, Valkenaars out, Van Ekelen, nice, all out. And they are still having to use alternative racing lines as we are on the final lap. This is not what the Junior Rotax division were expecting. I don't think any of us were expecting this to happen. But drivers who are at the sharper end of the field have tumbled down the order. Pereira was up and has gone down. Kiewitzbosch straight on at turn 6, rearranges the soft barriers and is out. Van Leersum out. These drivers have not got to, they've got to not trip all over each other's as we've got the checkered flag. It is Van Wijk that's won it, but there's a GKS Lemons power kart, Bran van der Weyken. So, and we got Noah Neumann also, who have stopped out on circuit. At this rate, a heavy rate of attrition in this Junior Rotax final. The checkered flag waves. Some drivers still going side by side. But Thijs van Wijk takes the win by 3.1 seconds ahead of Thijs Stevens. Boris Maximov, Ryan Bourguignon, and then Max Swiderski ran at the top 5. Thomas Verheyen, Evert Dorrestein, 18th to 7th. Weathered the rainstorm that we've just had, so to speak, and has done really, really well on debut in a first final in a Rotax. Aaron Vida, Lars Lambers, Luca Van Leer ran at the top 10. Bodine Blankenberg, Alexander Van Meeuwen down in 12th. Ahead of Tom Reger, Jake Menton, Jim Back, Rocco Kerr, Lieke Van Berkel, Temo Koopmans, Henry Melchior, João Maria Pereira rounds out the top 20. Levi Dries, Fabian Rodman, Nicolas Machon, Rick Corporal, Nudes Engelsman, Oliver Janssen, Vince Dries, I don't think I've seen cross the line yet. Bran van der Weyken and Noah Neumann out on with 2 laps to go. Van Leersum, Kiewitzbosch, Valkenaars, Van Ekelen and Nijs not making it to the finish in what was a very, very topsy-turvy Junior Rotax final. Well, we go to what could be the last opportunity for drivers to get some racing this weekend. It's the senior second chance. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Pole position is going to be Flynn Fitters alongside will be Miel Hendricks. Bram Plomp and Stijn Peters ran out row 2. Dominic Scheppers and Wouter Polle ran out row 3. Enzo van den Dickenberg and Martin Geiskens ran out row 4 with Kaz Boshuis and Dean Winters rounding out the top 10. Lex Quintens and Devian Horst ran out row 6. Simon Pierre and Wesley Eckhart round out row 7. Luca Prima and Giorgio Markenstein row 8. And it's Jake Riches and Gwen Bloxil rounding out row 9. Completing the top 20, Amber Christ and Milo Sjöstrand, with Dante Sima and Max Costa rounding out the 22 strong grid. 30 drivers have already qualified to the final. The top 6 out of this one will then make it through in their own right. And then the senior Rotax final will be the last event of this opening round of the 2024 Dutch Championship for Rotax, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, powered by Chrono Karting. Now, there is a lot more darker, grayer cloud around the circuit, particularly from what my vantage point is a little bit further away from the main highway that's just opposite the backstretch, which we call the Europolán, which is the main road. The Europolán itself, 90 km/h speed limit. So the drivers now make their way towards the 12th and final corner. Red lights on the gantry. Revs rise. Lights are out first time. We're underway as someone in the mid-pack gets a little bit of a twitch, nearly compromises the driver behind, who has to go slightly left to avoid. Everyone trying to get through. Turn 3, one's gone sideways, and that's nearly caused havoc behind. I think it might, well, might have been possibly Martin Geiskens. Not 100% sure. Geiskens started 8th on the road as the field makes its way through into turn 7. As all, well, one driver's gone around and was collected by somebody else. That was the 3:07, I think, of Dominic Scheepers. Yes, it is. So Dominic, who was 5th at the start, now tumbles down the order. Opening lap now being completed. And leading the way, it's Miel Hendricks. Flynn Fitters, Stijn Peters, and then Bram Plomp round out the top 4. 5th, it's Enzo van den Dickenberg. Wouter Polle rounds out the top 6. So, yeah, Kaz Boshuis was the other driver involved with Dominic Scheepers. So, and also where you finish. If you finish in the top 6, you go through to the final, your grid position will be based on the results of the second chance heat. So if you are first in this race, you are 31st on the grid in the final later on. So with 21 drivers covered by just under 7.3 seconds, anything is possible in this race. So 2 laps have been completed. Fastest lap of the race, Wouter Polle in the number 387, 56.248 as the field, the top 6 make their way down the Europolán on lap 3. Miel Hendricks trying to scarper away into the distance, but that's easier said than done when you've got the likes of Fitters, Peters, Plomp, Van Dickenberg and Polle closing in. Van Dickenberg looking to stick the nose up the inside of Plonk, going through into turn 9. Thought better of it, wait, and now he's going to wait for another opportunity to get through. Martin Gaskins now down into 16th position. Not been a good one for the 321. But with the top 6 now rounded out by Enzo van den Dickenberg, who's just been passed by Woutepole for 5th place. They were covered by 1.355 seconds. But with the second chance heat, it might be your second chance, but you don't want to squander it. Seen it before where drivers in the top 6 have received post-race penalties. I've had nothing coming up just yet on... Oh, well, we've had a sidewall clash going through as it's now going to be all for themselves. This is one thing they don't want to be one thing that is not probably the most advisable course of action. Be aggressive on every single corner, every single driver that you're racing against. If you are in that top 6, you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. But one of the other things that you need to remember, mechanical sympathy with the kart. Make sure that you give your mechanic as little work to do as possible, because it's going to be a tight turnaround for that final later on. That's all right. Enzo van den Dickenberg goes over the back bumper of Bram Plomp and then has contact with the left rear of the 337, which puts Plomp sideways and dumps him out of the top 6. This is where the, those signs of desperation sit in. And, you can tell by the way that a driver's working the steering wheel. The language of how the kart is responding to the driver inputs is another key factor to consider. Move now happening up into turn 11. So Martin Gaskins is now out. Jake Riches, the only national representative of the UK, has made up 5 places. Max Costa up 11 places, and there is still just over 8 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Could Costa come from at the stone-dead back end of the field and make it into the top 6? Stranger things have happened. So 7.5 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps. Hendricks leads from Fitters. Pole now up to 3rd ahead of Peters. Dickenberg. Roos now into 6th. Devin Host, who's been on CRG machinery this weekend, has been running with the Kartstore Racing team, run by Kartstore Benelux, and Henk de Jong being an integral part of that. Simon Pierre now in 10th place behind Bram Plomp, who is starting to make some, or trying to make some moves up the order. And there is Hendricks versus Fitters. This is for the lead in the senior second chance heat. This will determine 31st position on the grid. If they both make it out scot-free and clean as a whistle. That's one of the big things that they need to do, is not have a penalty. I've seen it where drivers have got into a second chance heat and went, I'm gonna send it. And you send it, you not only compromise your race, you also compromise the opportunity for somebody else to not have that chance to go through and race in the top 36. But with Devin Horst starting down in 12th, currently running P6 on the 345 entry. This could be something quite interesting to watch in the final later on this afternoon. Fastest lap of the race at the moment is by the 345, 55.080 on lap 7. So Max Costa now up to 10th, having got past Simon Pierre from Belgium. So Pierre up 2 places, Riches up 2 places, Bloxhill up 5 places, or Riches up 5 places, Bloxhill up 5 places, Marcus Stein up 2 places from 16th on the grid. Top 3 covered by just under 0.6 of a second. Enzo Dickenberg gets through on Stain Peters. Miles Sjöstrand now up 2 positions, past Dominic Schippers and Dean Winters. So the Swede, she's now up into 18th place. And still this battle here. Van Dickenberg, Peters and Rust. Rust now through at turn 9. But they are starting to catch the 3 in front. 54.8 flats was the last lap time by Devin Rust. And he's just done a 54.966. Top 6 covered by 2.4 seconds. And that gap is closing. So there is still an opportunity for someone to stake their claim at the front of the field in the second chance heat, going into 31st position. You can bet your bottom dollar that Devian Horst is going to be one of those drivers to factor in. Absolutely rapid, has been rapid the last couple of years in juniors and seniors. And now, despite all the dramas that Rust has had, it's been a refreshing change of pace for the young Dutchman. 0.42 separates the top 3 as there goes Flynn Fitters up the inside through turn 2, clean as a whistle, past Mio Hendricks, and now is leading the charge of the Light Brigade, leading the way. Wutapole up the inside. Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort for the 387. Tried to go through on Hendricks. And that has now allowed Devian Ross to close on in. So Wutapole went a bit too deep. And it nearly cost the 387 big time. Well, it could cost the 387 big time if the driver behind gets through and then goes after the 2 in front of him. Devian Horst up the inside. That's going to be P3. P3 on the road for Devian Horst, who started down in 12th. And now, well, quickly showed the nose up the inside. Thought better of it. And now might have a chance of getting through on Hendricks down the Europolon. A little bit of tatatav there between Rust and Hendricks. And here goes Rust up the inside through. That's P2. So all Devian Rust now needs to do is to get past Flynn Fitters and then scarper away into the distance. Hendricks second, Rust in third. Fourth, it's Pole. Fifth, it's Van Dickenberg. Sixth, it's Peters. So these 6 as there's the move for the race lead. 1 minute, 38 seconds to go. And on the beginning of lap 13, they say that number's lucky for some. It certainly was lucky for Devian Horst by taking a great late lunge up the inside of Flynn Fitters to take the lead on lap 13 of the race. Inspired work there by Devian. We're now coming down to the final 60 seconds plus 2 additional laps of this senior second chance heat here at the Home of Champions. We've got 4 more races to go after that, folks, so don't go anywhere. And that'll include the 6 drivers from this race that qualify for the top 36 final. Devian Horst has already got a half-second advantage over Flynn Fitters. Casbo's house. Currently now down in 14th position. Started 9th. Bramplomp started 3rd, now 8th. Stijn Peters still holding on. Has got a gap between himself and Luca Brima. Brima has got to start pushing if he wants to get down that gap. And last time around it was just under 1.9 seconds. Timer has now expired. Devian Hurst now will take us on to the penultimate lap of the race. Lap 15 out of 16 underway. As Woutepole trying to get through on Miel Hendricks. If anything happens there, then Enzo van den Dickenberg and Stijn Peters would also be very, very thankful for that. As there is Enzo van den Dickenberg, Stijn Peters gets through for 5th place, but the time is fast counting away. So this time around we'll get the last lap board out for Senior Rotax second chance. Devian Hurst, difficult qualifying. Even more dramas in the heats today. But the 3:45 has now got a gap of nearly 1.3 seconds. Flynn Fitters at one point led the race, currently holding station in second and now starting to pull away from Miel Hendricks. Woutepole is there or thereabouts, so is Stijn Peters, so is Enzo van den Dickenberg. Then you got the two behind, Luca Brima and Bramplomp. They're too far behind to mount an offensive at this late stage. Miles Justrand now up 4 places to 16th from 20th on the grid. A great effort by her to have a little bit more luck on her side. But the first of 6 drivers provisionally going through to the second chance heat is, of course, the winner, Devian Hurst in the 3:45. Second, it's going to be Flynn Fitters. Third, Miel Hendricks. Woutepole, Stijn Peters and Enzo van den Dickenberg are provisionally going through to the top 36 final. Luca Brima, Bramplomp, Simon Pierre, Lex Quintens, they ran at the top 10. Max Costa, Giorgio Markenstein, Dante Sima, Casbo's House, and Wesley Eckhart ran at the top 15. Miles Justrand, Jake Richards, Dean Winters, Dominic Sheppers, Amber Christ, and due to have Graham Blogsill crossing the line, which happens now. Martin Gaskins, unfortunately, out on lap 3 as Devian Hurst manages to fight back to book his place in the final with the second chance heat win. Now we get into the second half of the final stages of the season opener of 2024. Time for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here's your starting grid. It's an all-German front row courtesy of Nikita Genzer and Mats Johan Overhoff, with Nicolas Guillaume and Yori Clerbaud upholding Belgian pride on road 2. Imke Arts will start 5th. Alongside her will be Bastian Kapov, who took the win in the pre-final in DD2 Masters. Nico Hanke and Sam Knofius will be on row 4, with Christoph Adams joined by Bas van Vlimmeren on row 5, completing the top 10. Jesse Spans, Rick van der Straat, Moritz Knofius, Kian de Brandt, Luca Weber, Axel Goes, Luca Neuenhausen, Malte Schlatter, Dominic Hummels, Giel Blonder, Roland Lassol, Wim Rouleau, Lisanne Kielstra, Ton van Weert, Norman van Beek, Marie Fassot and Christophe Lassot rounding out the top 27, completing the 31-strong grid. Mark van der Kamp, Bennett Demler, Niels Berler and Derek van Kurt. Van Kurt in the 416 was found to be underweight post-race and was promptly excluded. The 577 of Dominic Hummels actually had an extra lap added. Passing missed at start-finish at 12:30 due to being pushed outside. And then we had 5 drivers, one of which was DD2 Masters, Christophe Lassort. Then we had the 455 of Axel Goes, Malte Schlatter in the 480, the 420, Sam Knofius, and the 418 also receiving a 5-second time penalty. Yes, Spans for front-fairing post-race penalties. So 13 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Norman van Beek, I don't see a transponder ping, so has not come through across the start-finish line. Everyone's starting to weave from side to side again, down in towards turn number 10. So, in this particular race, 2 classes in competition, and there can only be one winner of each class come the checkered flag. The drivers now make their way through the 12th and final corner. Genzer on pole, Overhoff alongside. It's a Door Motorsport front row. Bit of bumping now happening in the start phase. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out, we're underway. First time of asking. As Nicolas Guillaume gives a bit of a hip check to, an inadvertent hip check there to Mats Johan Overhoff, who manages to get back through into P3. So Guillaume up to second. The rest of the field making their way through turn 3, into 4, now into 5. So it's going to be very much nip and tuck as to how close it's going to be between certain drivers. Nearly 3 wide coming out of turn 6 at the back end of the field. Marit Fassot just at the back end there in the 441. And Genzer already, like he did in the pre-final earlier on, has stretched away to a commanding lead. Guillaume second, Overhoff rounds out the top 3. I think that's Imke Arts in 4th. Nico Hanke just behind in the 450. So Genzer leads after lap 1. Lead of nearly a second. Guillaume. And there goes Imke Arts. Throws it up the inside. Textbook on Mats Johan Overhoff. So, and Overhoff trying to fight back. You've got to watch your 6 there a little bit, and that allows, going through at turn 6, that allows Nico Hanke to have the opportunity to get through on Imke Arts, and Hanke does not take full advantage of the situation. Yuri Clerbaud is now with them, as that is Hanke through on Arts for P4. And there is Yuri Clerbaud on the left-hand side. Bastian Kapov gone stealth black on the Nassau panel and the side pods, along with the front fairing. So this time, it does really get very, very crucial. You've got to get your season off to the best start possible. And at this point, Nikita Genza has done exactly the right thing. Get cleanly away, lead, and don't look back. Jordi Klebo up the inside of Imke Arts through at turn 6. So that is a change now for 5th position because Nico Handke currently runs in 4th behind Mats-Johan Overhoff, who rounds out the top 3. Bastian Karpov is going to have a little bit of fight coming his way, courtesy of Christoph Adams and also Bas van Vlimmeren. So this is where, if you want your season to get off on the right best foot forward, you're doing the right thing now. Norman van Beek, unfortunately, did not look like he made it to the start. But Genza still holding on to a comfortable lead. But there has been a change, and going up the inside, through on Jordi Klebo, goes Imke Arts. That opened the door 100% for Bastian Karpov in the 5-2-0. And there is Christoph Adams. Adams has also got through on Klebo. Klebo now threads it up the inside through into turn 7. And this might not help Christoph Adams at all. The main reason being he's second in the run of the lie of the land at the moment. But he's got Bas van Vlimmeren not too far behind. And what he does not want to have is someone trying to challenge him at this early stage of the race. But Christoph Adams has got experience in spades, let's say, when it comes to, you know, you might not be as quick as everybody else. But the other thing that you do have is you have a little bit of what they call savoir-faire, you know, knowing how to read the situation and how to play your best strengths towards it. Luca Weber has just pulled in the 4.33 out on lap 3. In the meantime, change has occurred. Yessis Pons has got through on the Sodi card in France, so that is a change for a place on the road. But Imke Arts now having moved over to, I think, Sheepers Racing possibly. A little bit of nearly coming together, coming through turn 11. But Nicolas Guillaume is starting to bring that gap down. New fastest lap by the 444. 54.711. Imke Arts now is behind Bastian Karpov. But Imke Arts is currently sitting 5th in the running order when it comes to the DD2s. So coming up to just over 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock, plus those all-important additional 2 laps. Top 10, rounded out by Sam Knopfjes, covered by 6.3 seconds. Norman van Beek was actually a non-starter. I've just had a look at the live timing, and that has told me that my possible thoughts were completely unfounded and completely unsubstantiated. Genza now starting to respond to Guillaume. And at this moment, well, Imke Arts' new fastest lap of the race. 54.651 from the 421 from the Netherlands. And there is Imke Arts just ahead of Bastian Karpov in the 5.20. Still leading the way in the Masters classification. But to be at up to 6th place against some young, very racy drivers, and to still be able to do that is a joy to behold. It's a treat to watch, especially when they start putting in the purple lap times. Gap between Genza and Guillaume now just over 7 tenths. It's slightly climbing bit by bit, but Guillaume last time around was exactly a tenth slower on his previous lap, a 54.674, played 54.774. And there is Christoph Adams. Zemknopf is right behind him, closing in. Right, we have got a yellow flag just off of the exit of turn 8. So has there been a drama? I can see a marshal towards coming towards that part of the, well, is actually down through the run into turn 9. From turn 9 down to turn 10. Genzer now putting the pedal to the metal. He is pulling away. As Kian de Brandt might be the next casualty. I've just seen the blue square of doom on the live timing. And, well, actually, Norman van Beek failed to follow tyre regulations and was then excluded from starting. That's a big chunk of points that you don't get. So with 5 minutes to go and 8 minutes completed, Nikita Genzer still leads the way. Ton van Veer has dropped all the way down to 28th. Kian de Brandt only a couple of laps behind the lead lap, so might have ended up in some drama. And now Imke Arts is trying to push the envelope of speed and adhesion on these DD2 karts. Trying to close on in on Nico Handke. This is the battle for 4th on the road. And Mats Johan Overhoff is not that far in front as Imke Arts goes through by a whisker. Positions the car exactly where it needed to be. Minimal amount of steering input. Knew how to sort out the brakes and the throttle, and now has that opportunity of having a really, really strong finish to what has been probably a crazy few weeks. So in the meantime, Imke Arts' nice little send up the inside of the 450 of Nico Handke has been quite refreshing for her. Christoph Adams holding on to 2nd position in DD2 Masters. So Genzer still carrying on with the business at hand. It's going to be a pretty straightforward win for the South African DTM driver. So there's Nico Handke being closed on in. That's Bastian Krapov up the inside. That's going to be a change on the road. And they have a little bit of a slight sidewall touch. Jordi Klebor decides he wants a piece of the action too. Has to back out of it right at the last second. Oh, and I've just seen that the 522, Niels Berler, has just been given a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. Well, that just goes to show with racing, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's just the name of the game. You just got to play along with it. Jordi Klebor again trying to get through on Nico Handke for possible information. So with 1.25 minutes to go, plus 2 additional laps, Genzer on course for the overall win in this class. Christoph Adams won't be able to get up the order as high as Bastian Karpov, so the German would definitely but again, more attempts happening. That was the 4.20. And this is getting a bit too close for comfort once more. The 4.20 and then the 4.50. So Kian de Brandt out on lap 7. Luca Weber out on lap 2. Norman van Beek didn't even make it out of the dummy grid. And so as we have got one that's just peeled in to the pit lane. I think that's Christophe Lessor's race and weekend over and out, over and done with. So that'll bring us down to 27 finishes at the end of this race. Timer has now expired. There will be but Nikita Genza has pretty much been unassailable so far today. So Nikita Genza, Nicolas Guillaume, Overhoff, and Arzt Imke. With a lead of 1.5 seconds from Nikita Genza to Nicolas Guillaume. People might say, well, yeah, 1 second, that's not long enough. Yeah, it's too long. We're having to concentrate on so many other things. Like what? And I said, I can't talk to you about that in a minute. Why have you put me on this? And I said, well, sometimes it's okay to not be okay. So the final lap very much underway, and Genza has a lead of over the best part of nearly 1.6 seconds. He's making his way through into turn 6 at the Europalan for the final time. So Nico Hanke and Christophe Lessort also look to have retired. So down to 26 out of the 31 drivers that started this race. But this man, once again, started from pole. This man here also was hoping to set pole position, but got knocked out. But it is going to be Nikita Genza that's going to pick up the win by a comfortable margin. Number 1, he says. 1.7 seconds ahead of Nicolas Guillaume, Mats Johan Overhoff, Imke Arts, Bastian Karpov, who will be the DD2 Masters winner for this weekend, as far as I'm aware. So, Bas van Vlummeren, Nick van der Start, Axel Goes, Moritz Knopfiers. So there's still quite a few of these drivers yet to come across the line. Moritz Knopfiers finished in 13th, have Malte Schlatter with Mark van der Kamp, Bennett Demler, Dominic Hummels with Wim Rouleau, Guy Brander, Ronan Lessort, Derek van Geurt, Niels Beuler, Luca Neuenhausen, Lisanne Kielstra, Marit Fassot and Tom van Weert with Hanke, Lessort, de Brandt, Weber. It's quite a few. But that is our last race for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Up next, it's KZ2 Masters once again. Now let's take you through the starting order of the final four KZ2 Masters. On pole position, it's going to be Thierry de Jong. He'll be joined by Germany's Sven Haier on the front row. Thierry Del Rey and William van der Kay will be alongside on row 2. Glenn van den Hoek and William de Waal will be on row 3. Row 4 is Anders Elkier and William Klooster, with Niels Koster and Mark Verhoeven rounding out the top 10. Davide Caruso and Bastien will be on row 6. Mick Bertram and Edgar Oosting will be on row 7. Benno Ridder and Gert van den Brink, row 8. René Kleven, Martin Peters, Anton Gidding, Roland Wirtz, Henk de Jong and Martin Versteeg will be rounding out the grid. So 2 front-fairing penalties post-race at the pre-final when Benno Ridder and Gert van den Brink received 5-second time penalties. Did have a nice little catch-up with Thierry de Jong earlier on. Reminisced about old times when he used to race in DD2, and then managed to do a number on Bruno dos Santos a few years ago, and I said the words, "He stole it off him like a thief in the middle of the night." Well, let's see what happens. Sven Haier was very, very close to Thierry de Jong at the end of the pre-final until a lap or 2 left remaining. So once again, we've got 13 minutes plus an additional lap. I've also just had confirmation that our top 36 have grid for the senior final, which will see that close out the show, has now been officially confirmed. So 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps. And we'll find out who will be our first winner of the final, of a final in KZ2 Masters this year. Keep your eyes on the likes of Thierry Del Rey. Won the Champions Winter Trophy and booked his place on the full season calendar for this year, along with his other many commitments in the, not just the Benelux region, but internationally. The drivers now start gridding up on the starting grid on the start-finish line. And once the green flag waves at the back end of the field, we'll be ready. Drivers blipping the throttles on these near 50 brake horsepower machines, keeping the engines warm, keeping them ready for the minute they hit the accelerator and launch off the line. We will be racing. Green flag waves at the back. They get themselves ready and steeled for battle. Red lights on the gantry. Lights out and away. We are off and going. And we've already had a drama at the back end of the field as Thierry de Jong leads the field into turns 1 and 2. But a big old moment at the back end of the field. Someone did not get away well. And it looked like there was a little bit of contact to boot. It's all single file pretty much at the moment, apart from just towards the bottom part of the top 10. As now they accelerate to full velocity down the Europolaan. One driver going round the outside. We've had a couple of carts spin around, and one of which is the 194 and the 111. Anders Elkier and William Klooster. Elkier, who was demoted after qualifying for being underweight. Sven Haier's lost out second. William van der Kay is now in second position. Haier between van der Kay and Del Rey. Now Haier goes up the inside of the Dutchman. So does Del Rey through turn 12. This is giving Thierry de Jong the break he needed. 9/10 of a second is the distance between first and second position after the opening lap. Glenn van den Hoek and Wesley de Waal are rounding out the top 6. Mark Verhoeven, Mick Bertram and Gert van den Brink ran at the top 9 with Niels Koster running at the top 10. So the leaders make, well, Thierry de Jong making his way through into turn 8. As Van der Kaaij was sideways trying to apply the power through into the entrance into turn 8. The back end stepped out to the left-hand side. He caught the slide and kept on going. Great kart control there. Also another former DD2 racer in his own right. So Anders Elkjær, William Klooster and Basteen were the drivers compromised by that turn 7 incident on lap 2. Sven Heijer now closing in on Thierry de Jong. The gap was nearly a second. It's now been halved. 5/10. Del Rey in third. Van der Kaaij, Van den Hoek, De Waal, Verhoeven, Bertrand Van den Brink and Ridder round out the top 10. Niels Costa down to 11th, ahead of Davide Caruso. Martin Peters, Edgar Oosting, René Cleven round out the top 15. Elkjær now starting to resurge up the field. The Dane now up to 19th, ahead of William Klooster. So hopefully those drivers will be able to start making some moves up the order. And there is a delicate balance with brake, throttle, gear change, and steering. As I said earlier, the shift column lever, the shifter lever is on the right-hand side of the steering wheel. So they'll be turning into a corner, like say turn 2, banging down the gears whilst applying the brakes. It's one of the toughest tests in modern day karting. And that's why you see a lot of the Formula 1 drivers such as Leclerc, Verstappen, who also claimed a KZ world title back at PF International in 2013. We're going to see a move here. That was Van den Hoek on Van der Kaaij and got through at turn 7. Just behind them is Wesley de Waal in the 123. So this is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. And de Waal has just got through for 5th. Heijer now really starting to close on in. He's within a kart length of de Jong. Across the line they go to complete lap 4. 0.123 of a second was the gap between first and second. Thierry Del Rey now has a little bit of clean air between himself and Sven Heijer to start pushing. Van der Kaaij now down into 6th position after the opening 4 laps. Elkjær now up to 15th and climbing the order, so the Dane train is definitely in town. So Elkjær started in 7th, was up the order, and then all hell broke loose at turn 7. And he was involved in the crossfire. But de Jong holding on to the race lead, has led every single one of the 5 laps so far. We're 8 minutes and 20 plus an additional 2 laps still to go. Fastest lap of the race by de Jong, 53.986. Heijer was on a 54.132, so 0.269 was the differential between the pair in terms of distance. Del Rey is trying to close that gap. He's also put in a personal best. He was 7/1000ths slower than Sven Heijer in the lap time side of things. Some of the other drivers making their way through turn 7 and turn 8. Sven Heijer now is a little bit closer to Thierry de Jong into turn 10. You can just hear the sheer brutality as they go up the gearbox in these karts. Foot to the floor. And then there's the move for the race lead. Sven Heijer through at turn 2 on lap 7 on Thierry de Jong. And now de Jong has got to fight back. That's a perfect personification. If you're within, as I said, that 0.2 of a second window behind somebody else, and you're going to get the overspeed. You're going to get the slipstream, but you're also going to get the side draft. And that is incredibly, incredibly crucial around this circuit. The 2 main overtaking opportunities you can use are down into turns 1 and 2 and down into turn 7. And that's when you picked up a lot of velocity. You've accelerated. You've gathered speed and momentum. Now, de Jong won't have... The thing is, de Jong's already won a race. The thing is now, You know, you say that a driver won't have so much pressure because they're not leading. The person that's leading is the one that's going to be sort of looking everywhere, like saying, okay, where's the cart behind me? Are they catching? Am I going to have to start defending shortly? Well, when we get to the last minute, plus 2 additional laps on the timer, which will probably give us maybe 4 laps, give or take, depending on when they cross the line. That will also depend on who is going to go for broke. You know, see if you can make an opportunity, not present itself, but see if there's an opportunity that you can take advantage of. And if that's by an uncharacteristic, unforced error by the person in front of you, so be it. If it's through hard work, being consistent on your lap times, that is what is also crucial. Mick Bertram now up 6 positions to 7th, has got past Mark Verhoeven for P7. Gert van den Brink and Niels Costa round out the top 10 with Benno Ridder up 4 places to 11th. Martin Peters up 6 places to 12th. Edgar Oosting, Anders Elkier and Davide Caruso round out the top 15. Anton Gidding, René Cleven, Roland Weerts, Bastien, William Klooster, Henk de Jong and Martin Versteeg now also are all on the same lap. 33.2 seconds covers all 22 drivers, so no rate of attrition, no significant incidents to the point where someone has had to retire the kart. And also, the biggest thing is that you need points on the board early doors in this championship. It might be an 8-round calendar, but you've got to fight for every single point that you want to gain. So if you're wanting to lead the way in the championship and you want to get on the best foot forward possible, you want to get maximum points in both the respective races. You know, you've got all the hard work that leads up to it in terms of qualifying, and then, you know, also the training, all the practice sessions that you've done over the course of the weekend. That is another... That's another point that I think a lot of people will say, well, yeah, well, if you're the fastest guy on the day, then that's great. Yeah, but you work hard to get to that point. You put in the wheel time, you put in the track time out on the circuit. You know, you make sure that you're well rested, well hydrated, and yeah, in good physical condition. Benno Ridder now drops down a position. So does Roland Weerts, as there goes the 111 of William Klooster trying to get through on Bastien. And that's Roland Weerts. That's the teammate of Sven Heyer from Kartsport, from the crew running the LGK chassis. 10 minutes down, 3 to go, plus 2 laps. And things are starting to spread out between drivers. It's incredibly physical to drive one of these cars. I haven't done so personally, but I know friends who do race with KZ2, and they went, it's not easy. You've got so much to think about. And look at what we're seeing here. You've got the 117 of Gert van den Brink being followed by Niels Costa, along with the likes of Oosting, Ridder, Elkier, right at the back end of that train, as they make their way through turn 6 and onto the Europlan. You've got Martin Peters and Davide Caruso not too far behind this this quintet as they make their way out of turn number 9. Also, one of the other things that you've got to be very, very careful about, there's a lot of horsepower going through the back axle, and you don't want to hit the loud pedal too early. And there's going to be an opportunity for someone to make a move, and someone has made a move. And that was the 194. Good job there by Anders Elkier, running on the Maranello chassis. So, getting past Oosting on the Sodi kart. Thierry de Jong is running very level with Sven Heyer on the lap times. But Heyer just has that additional little bit extra tenth here or there that can make all the difference in the gap between Sven Heyer and Thierry de Jong now has stretched to just a fraction over a second. A further nearly 2 seconds back is Thierry Del Rey. And we are going to see some drivers possibly looking for a move up the inside. That was the 122 of Niels Costa looking to try and get a move on Gert van den Brink, but now has got Elkier and Oosting just behind. Costa I think that was Elkier just going up the inside. That's 10th place for the day, and he has got through. He's scraped through by the stickers on his side pod. Made it work, so good job there. So 3 more laps to go. Our race leader has already crossed the line, and so has the top 6 with William van der Kay. Rounding out the top 6 in the 104, 8.6 seconds behind our race leader as we head on to, we're now on to lap 15 out of 17. So the timer has now officially expired in the KZ2 Masters Final. So we are on to the penultimate lap, lap 16 out of 17. New fastest lap of the race, 53.692 for Sven Heyer. And still at this point, there are drivers still squabbling. Elkier gets through on the 117 of Van den Brink and won't have enough time to catch the driver in front. Mark Verhoeven is quite a bit more up the road, 2.1 seconds to be precise. So on that aspect, it's a case of just making the best of a bad situation. You just try and get yourself up the order as quickly as possible. Try and keep the laps consistent. Don't make any mistakes. And also, the other thing that we keep on forgetting, enjoy it. Enjoy the challenge. Final lap underway for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. And there is your race leader, Germany's Sven Heyer in the 125. Out of turn 6. Looks over the right shoulder to see where Thierry de Jong is. And knows that he won't trouble him for the race lead. Through into turn 8. And 4 more corners to go after this one. Now it's the left-hander here at turn 9. And then the short shoot up to the right-hand sweeper here at 10. For the left at 11. Thierry de Jong might have picked up the win in the pre-final. He's going to have to settle for second. Because out of the final corner, taking the checkered flag, from Germany, it's the 125. Sven Heyer picks up the win in the final and is absolutely ecstatic. And even spins even does a good old spin. I don't know what happened. Well, he was very, very lucky that he didn't have a problem. Because well, that's one way to celebrate, Sven. And he said, "Yep, it's gone, it's done." Just goes to show that one move like that, and then all of a sudden, whoops. Yeah, and he's just signaling to the marshals saying, "Yep, it's dead." He's probably having a little chuckle. There you go, shake the head, chuckling. That's the great side of some of the team here from Chrono Karting. But yeah, just the way he's celebrated and he's happy. He's over the moon. He's got P1 in the final. There you go. Sven Heyer celebrates in style and picks up the win. Even with a kaput cast at the end of it. Thierry de Jong takes second. Thierry Del Rey rounds out the top 3. Glenn van den Hoek, Wesley de Waal round out the top 5 ahead of William van der Kay with Mick Bertram, Mark Verhoeven Anders Elkier coming back to finish 9th ahead of Edgar Oosting. Gert van den Brink, Niels Costa, Benno Ridder, Martin Peters, Davide Caruso, Bas Steen, William Klooster, Anton Gidding, and Roland Weerts, and René Cleven rounding out the top 20. Rounding out the field, Henk de Jong and Martin Versteeg. And that is KZ2 Masters, the final, done and dusted for round 1. Now we get underway with the final for KZ2, and here is your starting grid. So on pole position, it's going to be the 2-1-6 of Robin Glerum with Thomas Cypers alongside on the front row. Jens Troyer and Christian de Klein will round out row number 2, followed by Siep Kuipers and Gianni Andrisani. Renzo Alibax and Gil Mertens round out row 4, completing the top 10. It's a pair from SP Motorsport, Quinn Winkel and Enzo Boll. Dion van Werven and Kevin Stehauer round out the top 12. Jeffrey Fixer and Daniel Tenbach will line up on row 7 with Farin Mega, Jimmy Devine, Janno Opmeer, Bart Plug, Cedric Malk and Sam van Verskuilen rounding at the top 20. Completing the 25-strong grid will be Dan Zopfi, Rick Vordendag, Maxime Deleur, Erik Angenent and Dirk van Silfhout. So looking back at the pre-final, 3 drivers actually got caught out with a jump start and got a 3-second time penalty. One of which was the 2:42 of Jens Troyer. Then also the 2:38, Cedric Malk, and the 2:05 of Jeffrey Fixer. Also with that, 5 drivers got front-fairing penalties, including Sam van Verskuilen, the 2:65, Erik Angenent, 2:72, Dan Zotfi, 2:02, Maxime Deur, and the 2:12 of Rick Vordendag. So, yeah, a lot, a lot going on. But of course, the next round of the championship will take place on the 17th of March at Circuit Berghem, back in the Netherlands. So there won't be much respite. Of course, drivers do have other commitments with other championships. Also, if they have work to deal with, you know, limited amount of availability of possible testing. But it's going to be a very, very busy season ahead. A total of 8 rounds in the championship. And after today, we'll be at the halfway point of the 2024 Benefit League, run in conjunction with the Rotax Belgium Max Challenge for round 2. Well, the second round, which will be effectively round 3 of the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship, takes place at the same time, at the same circuit, on the 28th of April at the circuit in Marienburg at Karting Genk. So the first few rows have gotten into position as everyone starts making their way onto their respective grid slot on the start-finish straight. After this, we'll have the Senior Rotax Top 36 final to conclude the opening round of the 2024 Dutch Rotax KZ2 and Masters Championship powered by Chrono Karting. The revs build, the throttles being blipped to keep the engine circulating. Green flag at the back. Drivers get themselves ready. Red lights are on, red lights are out. And an absolute scramble and a half as everyone fans out. Contact in the middle of part of the row, completing the top 6. Heading into turn number 2, as we've already got one around and has already been collected. That is the 2-2-3. Daniel Tenbach. And there's also one to hit. There's another cut as well that has been compromised, and that is the, I think it's the 2-12. Rick Vordendag might also be out of the race. Looks like Daniel Tenbach has managed to get going again. There's Christian de Klein on the CRG 299 entry, closing in on possibly, I think there might be Thomas Cypers just ahead, but Robin Glerum, I think, is currently leading the way. We'll find that out as they come across the line to complete the opening lap in the KZ2 final. Cypers leads the way. Glirum, Decline, Troyer, Alibax, Kuipers, Bol, Adrisani, and has dropped down to 8th. Gil Mertens 9th. Budplug 10th. Quinvinkel 11th, head of Kevin Stehauer. Jimmy Devine, Jeffrey Fixer, Dion van Verven, Cedric Malk, Jano Opmeer, Farin Mega, who's dropped 3 places down to 18th. Doug van Zifthout has rocketed from 25th to 19th. Sam van Verskuilen rounds out the top 20 as the field makes its way through turn number 9. Down the short chute into Cafeteria Corner here at turn 10. Just carry the momentum through, then power out of the corner. Overtakes happening through turn 10. Sam van Verskuilen, I think, just went through on Van Zifthout, through for 19th at turn 10. Clean move there, as threading the eye of the needle. Some drivers trying to get a little bit more, let's just say, exuberant going into turn 2. So now onto the back straight away. Pedal to the metal, foot to the floor, and then rip up the gears. And then on the brakes, down 3, maybe 4 gears into, well, I would say if you're in 6th gear at full velocity, heading into turn 7 at the chicane, I would probably say you're going to be going down 3 gears at least, and you'll be carrying that momentum through. So Cyprus leading the way. Rick Vordendag is out of the race, I'm afraid. 10 back all the way down in 24th. So still waiting for possible further changes. Buttplug up to P10. 6 places gained by the 281 as we complete the first 3 minutes out of 13, plus the 2 additional laps. Adding a little bit more fire to the mix. As, 281 Buttplug had a little bit of a moment trying to get up the inside of Gil Martens in the 234 through turn 6. As the 281 nearly had a little bit of a drama. Maybe if could have been a possibility that the back end might have stepped out, and that does sometimes happen when you're a bit over exuberant with the curbs. Also, the fact with the curbs, you have to be very, very careful with regards to mechanical sympathy. The chassis is the effective suspension of these karts, so you know, the less abuse you give it, the better off that you're going to find when it comes to getting towards the end of the race. And there is the 234, Gil Mertens, being followed by Buttplug. Jeffrey Fixer a couple of positions back. Quinvinkel still holding on to 11th, but Kevin Stehauer now 0.3 of a second behind just a few moments ago as they cross the line to complete lap 4. Cycle still leads the way. Glirum, Decline, Troyer, Kuipers, Alibax, Bol, Adrisani, Mertens, Plug. That's the top 10 as it stands at the moment as we head on to lap 6. And one of the things that I've noticed over commentating on KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, which was the first time since I commented, 2019 Rissington Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, met Maranello factory driver at that point, Fabian Federer. Great guy. It was a one-off appearance, and even he made a slight mistake in the second final, but you know, he came back to win it. And as I said, these are not these karts, these machines are not to be taken lightly. So fastest lap at the moment, Jens Troyer 52.416. And is trying to close the gap to Christian Decline. And there they are, the top 4 make that the top 10 at least. And then everyone else starts cycling through. And then head on to the Europalan. Send has just happened through turn 7. Trying to catch out the number of that one. I think it might have been the 2:11. Kevin Steyer. And so, right. Late attempt there from, I think, was possibly Dion van Verven. But Plug now drops to 12th place. Vinninvinkel now rounds out the top 10. But the top 4, Cypers, Glirum, Decline, and Troya rounding out the top 4 were covered by just under 9.5 tenths of a second after 7 laps. Decline, new fastest lap of the race, 52.363. So Glirum and Cypers will have to watch their 6, as they've got a very, very fast, hungry young Dutchman to try and get past them. And when the gap was just over 5 tenths of a second, here comes the move for P2. Decline up the inside of Glirum, through at turn 12. Neat exchange there. Glirum gave the room. Decline saw the move. Glirum responded and gave the 299 enough racing room to get through. Troy, however, is a different matter. Looking up the inside through at turn number 4, and the 242 gets through. Great move there from Troyer to get into a podium position. So just teed it up nicely through 4, got the job done at 5. Now has bridged a slight gap in his favour, about a kart length and a half or 2. Eight minutes down, 5 to go, plus 2 laps. Cypers still leads. Decline. Troyer now pulling away from Robin Glirum in the 2:16. Kuipers in... Oh, right, well, someone just went and threw the Hail Mary up the inside at turn 7. Getting past one of the CRG carts. Just going to try and see if I can keep an eye for that cart that will be coming through turn 10 now. Oh, yeah, Kevin Steyer. Neatly moved up the inside of Gil Mertens through at turn 10. So the 2, 3, 4... very much unable to respond to it, but still, that's the thing. You've got, it's a very different skill set in these KZ2 karts, because you're really concentrating on so much. You know, your body is picking up a significant amount of G-force. This is why a lot of drivers, such as Albon, Sainz, Verstappen, Norris, Alonso, they all do karting, because it helps with your, first of all, your cardiovascular fitness, but also the rough and tumble nature of this class really helps, helps you build up your muscles and everything that work with regards to when you're racing in Formula 1 or the World Endurance Championship. But now we are going to see a change for second. Oh, dearie me. Jens Troy went for the move on Christian Decline, clattered into the right rear wheel, lost out second, and Decline went, thank you very much. But I hope that it hasn't caused any slight drama. The thing is, doing a move like that, Troyer has just brought back into the fray Robin Glirum. Then Steve Kuipers is there, along with Renzo Alibax. So there is an opportunity for those 3 drivers at the back end of this train to then be able to close on in and maybe take an opportunity that allows them that chance. Right, okay, 270 has just been given Dion van Verven has just been given a slap on the wrist, aka for unsportsmanlike driving, 3-second time penalty. Van Verven, who currently is running in 13th place, Well, that's going to drop him towards the bottom of the top 20 if he's not careful. Still 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Well, 2 laps. Still getting my head around that. But I'm very much in favour of the regulation that we have here at Chrono Karting of when 2 full starts happen, we get a red flag, the timer continues to count down. Well, that's also to help with scheduling, but also it's the onus of the drivers to get it right. Cyprus's lead is now just under 0.6 of a second. Christian Leclerc has done the fastest lap of the race a little bit earlier on. 52.363. So Fine Mega's now moved up to 16th position. Ahead of Jana Otmir. Otmir not having, you know, if it was in wetter conditions, I think Jana Otmir would be absolutely revelling at the opportunity. And we saw that at the Champions Winter Trophy 2 weeks ago here at the Home Champions. Again, you can just see how much concentration you've got to have. You're trying to slow the kart down. You're trying to bang through the gears. You're trying to turn the kart into the corner, nail the apex, power out, up the gearbox again, short shift down, left at turn 11. You've got so much. I hate to think how many gear changes you're doing a lap around here. And that's up and down gear changes. So coming to the final 15 seconds plus 2 additional laps. And Cypers leading, Decline and Troyer, who ran out the top 3. They're covered by just over 0.8 of a second. Decline has the fastest lap of the race in the pocket. And still, there are battles up and down the order. There's the there's a few drivers just trying to put the feelers out, try and see if there's a way that they can put a move up the inside, as Alibak's trying to get through on Sieb Kuipers. That is for 5th on the road. And into turn 6, back onto the Europalan they go. But the timer has officially expired. And when we go across the start-finish line, we'll be on to the penultimate lap. We're on lap 16 out of what will be 18 total laps completed by our KZ2 field here. Jimmy Devine has dropped all the way down to 24th. So not too sure if he's hit a problem, but that is not a way to end the weekend. Final lap of KZ2 underway. 0.463. Could be any one of the top 3 will take the checkered flag and win this race. A little bit further back, you've got a train of 7. And Decline is not letting Troyer get past. So Jimmy Devine has parked it, I'm afraid, and is out of the race with just a handful of laps remaining. So we're on lap 17 out of 17, and Troyer might be trying a final push. See if he can get through on Christian Decline. Might wait until the final corner to go late on the brakes. But into the final turn, Troyer tries to sweep to the outside to carry through the momentum. But he's not going to get through for second, or is he? Thomas Cypers takes the win in the final. Christian Decline takes P2 by 36 thousandths of a second at the end of 17 laps of racing in KZ2. Jens Troyer takes P3 ahead of Robin Glerum, with Sieb Kuipers completing the top 5. Renzo Alibaks in 6th. Kevin Stahauer rounding out the top 7. Could have been a very different weekend if Kevin hadn't had a bad qualifying yesterday evening, but still made up 5 places in the final. Enzo Bol up 2 places, started 10th, finished in 8th, ahead of Gianni Andresani and Finn Winkel. Dion van Verven, who does have a post-race penalty for unsportsmanlike contact regarding driving standards. 11th, ahead of Gil Mertens, Cedric Mark, Jeffrey Fixer, Fahim Mega rounds out the top 15. Had a Bart Plug. Jana Opmeer, Doug van Sifthout, Sam van Verskoylen, and Dan Zopfi rounding out the top 20. Completing the 23 finishers, Maxime Delure, Daniel Tenbach, and Eric Angenent rounding out those drivers. Jimmy Devine out on lap 14, and Rick Vordendag, unfortunately, through an incident, out of turn 2 into turn 3 on lap 1, retired on the spot. We close the show this weekend with a senior Rotax top 36 Final. Here is your starting order. On pole position, it's going to be Vic Stevens in the 327. He'll be joined on the front row by the 359 of Jaden Teen. Sverre Ubben and Mitch Hainert will be on row 2. Lawrence Herbos and Robbie Stolder, row 3. Julian Klausmann and Joris Schoens, row 4. Boluets and Wout Kirstens round out the top 10. Felipe Falk and Jort van Wijk, row 6. Ollie Jonkers and David Outleichen, row 7. Sebastian Koch and Ralf van der Pevert on row 8. Ruben Verheyen and younger brother of Ralf will be behind him on the grid. Mika van der Pavert will line up 18th, ahead of Benjamin Van Hees and Vincent van Kerkhoffen, who complete the top 20. Krik Knoren, Lars Venink, Milan Kok, Pat Gubbels, Dylan Visser, Tommy van der Stroys, Martin Herrera, Taicho Mink, Dylan Hummel, Scott Westhovens, Flynn Fitters, Miel Hendricks, Wouter Polle, Luca Prima, Bram Plomp and Divian Horst round out the 36 strong. Rust actually got a post-race penalty and starts stone dead last in the final. How far will the 3-4-5 go up the order over 13 minutes plus 2 additional laps? Well, folks, I see there's quite a few of you watching, nearly 350 of you watching on the YouTube channel at the moment. Let's see how far he gets and we go along for the roller coaster ride. So the drivers are making their way down the far part of the circuit. There's a lot of them weaving from side to side, giving each other a little bit of breathing space because it's going to be close quarter combat. It's going to be fast, it's going to be frantic, and someone is going to win this race. The starting gantry has the red lights ignited, and it's the final race of the weekend. The start for any senior final is crucial. For any race, it is crucial. Taicho Mink does not look to have taken the start, might be in the in the repair area, might be released once the lights go out and we are underway racing. So the drivers make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Lights are on, lights are out, we're underway, first time of asking. As Vic Stevens leads the field into turn 1, Sverre Ubben looking up the inside early doors of Jaden Teen. As, we've got 2 off exit stage left. We've got 4 carts. Mika van der Pavert, Ralf van der Pavert, I can't believe that. The 2 brothers, Wout Kirstens also in there, and there is another driver. Is that... That's Jort van Wijk. Oh my goodness me. Drama on. I did say the start was crucial. Jort van Wijk is out of the race. Has not even made it to turn 3, and the 333 is out. Jaden Teen in the meantime has taken the race lead from Vic Stevens. As we come around to complete the opening lap, which has been slightly incident-filled, let's say. So Jaden Teen's lead after the opening lap is 2.5 tenths of a second. Sverre Ubben, Mitch Hainert, Robbie Stordeur has moved up. Devian Rost already on the first lap along with Bram Plomp and Wouter Polle have at least gained 10 to 12 positions. Devian Rost 13, Bram Plomp 13, Wouter Polle 12, Flynn Fitters 11. As just seen that Sverre Ubben has been let back through by Mitch Hainert down the Juraplan. Joris Schoens has dropped down to 18th from 8th on the grid. Krik Knoren up to 10th place, 11th place, 10 positions gained. Colombia's Martin Herrera now up 11 spots to 16th. So they've all managed to get out of the way. Neil Hendricks, I think, also got involved in an incident, but Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens have pulled away. Now it's the scrabble for the final step on the podium. And that is being led by Mitch Hainert on the TB Kart Netherlands entry. As Robbie Stordeur opens the door up the inside of Sverre Ubben and does not get the side draft he needed, or didn't want to take the chance, going through at turn 7. And then you've got Lawrence Herbeau. Well, you've also got, yeah, there's Robbie Stauder. Behind, you've got Lawrence Herbeau's. Then you've got the Dams Brigade starting to show their hand. Ollie Yonkers followed by Boluet, both moving up from juniors to seniors this season. So Jaden Teen and Vic Stevens, 57 thousandths apart. Literally bumper to bumper between the pair across the stripe. Crick Norden drops down to 10th place now. Devian Hoss now hits the top 20. Currently 20th position from 36 and stone dead last. So Taicho Mink, a non-starter. Oh, it's getting a bit too close for comfort going through into turn 6 now. And there's Devian Rost. He's just got through. He's just got through on Martin Herrera. Devian Rost is on the verge of getting into the top 15. And we're not even 4 minutes into this final. If that's the pace he's bringing on that CRG, he's got 9 minutes and 20 plus 2 laps. That's probably the best part of 11 minutes to really, really go for it. So there's something that Devian Horst has just unlocked on that CRG, the 345, and he's now up to 18th. Jaden Teen now trying to pull away from Vic Stevens, but Stevens is not letting him out of his sight. Out of turn 6 and onto the Europelan go the leaders. There are battles up and down the order. Vincent van Kerkhoffen now drops to 17th. Tommy van der Sooys now completes the top 20, having started after a difficult second heat, which saw the Chain Park Company from the Sprocket and putting the 354 down in 26th after the ranking after heats. Puck Gubbles, 28th. Dylan Visser, 26th. Bram Plomp up to 24th from 35th on the grid. But Jaden Teen still hanging on to that race lead. Slight bit of an adjustment to the radiator flap. Can then also determine how much air goes into the radiator, thereby helping to control the temperatures on the Rotax Max Evo 2 engine on the right-hand side of him. And also the fact there's no sort of traditional coolant, it's water that also helps to cool the chassis. Not the chassis, the engine, my apologies. But the top 10 rounded out by Krik Knurren in the 312, covered by just under 4 seconds. I don't think Devian Host's hunting days, well, his hunting escapade here today has been completed yet. I'm keeping an eye on the lap times. Lawrence Herbeau's fastest lap of the race, 55.176. He's currently chasing down Sverre Ubben for good measure. Actually, scrap that. Sverre Ubben has just been passed by Lawrence Herbeau's for 4th. But again, when you have got 2 drivers at the sharp end in senior Rotax, it's a guessing game. Who's going to blink first? Who is going to make the move count when it matters the most? Well, at the minute, I couldn't tell you who it would be. Would it be Jaden Teen? Would it be Vic Stevens that makes the move? Difficult to say. I don't, you know, I'm not a psychic, nor would I want to be. This is what I love about motorsport. This is what I love about karting. You know, you get that unpredictability phase that sometimes will creep in at the beginning of a race, and sometimes it will creep in at a point where you least expect it. Tommy van der Sooy is now up to P16 from 26 on the grid, and has just set the new fastest lap of the race, 54.857. Can van der Sooy find his way into the top 10 by the checkered? And the only person that can answer that question is Tommy himself. So top 16, well, top 18 covered by 8.8 seconds from from transponder to transponder. And now as I say that, Vic Stevens has retaken the lead on lap number 8 as we now complete said lap. So Stevens, Teen, Herbos, Ubben, Heiner, Louet, Jonkers, Klausmann, Storder, and Koch round out the top 10. Knurren, Van Hees, Falk, Verheyen, Altleichner, Van der Stroys, Schoens, Van Kerkhoffen, Rust, and Koch also round out the top 20. Bramplomp rounds out the top 30. As, oh, drama. That's possibly that might be the chain gone on the 378. Oh, dearie, dearie me. And that was Felipe Falk, who was running 13th. Oh, dear. Yeah, that cart's not going anywhere. That looks like the chain's gone. It's either come loose or gone off the cart completely. With Tommy van der Soys, the cart actually became debris, the chain actually became debris on the circuit. Now with 4.5 minutes to go. And, well, with that retirement, Van der Stoys is now in the top 15. But Jaden Teen still trying to close on in on Vic Stevens. The gap between them was 0.2 of a second last time around after 9 laps. We're on lap 10. Third place still very much hot under the collar because Sverre Ubben has overtaken Lawrence Herbos. Mitch Haynert still waiting the wings in 5th. Boluet and Ollie Jonkers both have gained 3 and 6 positions respectively to round out the top 7. And, oh, well, under investigation, Devian Hust, number 345, leaving the track and gaining an advantage. And that's just come up on the live timing. So Taicho Mink, non-starter, Jort van Wijk out at in the stretch between turns 2 and 3 on the opening lap. Felipe Falk out on lap 8. More than likely drivetrain related. Soon as that chain goes off the sprocket or exits off the cart completely, and then you've got no drive whatsoever. Van der Stroys now 14th. 3 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. 5-way scrap for the final step on the podium. Led by Sverre Ubben in the 344. With Herbos, Haynert, Louet, Jonkers. Very much there or thereabouts. Julian Klausmann might get an opportunity to close on in, but with time fast running out, it won't be on the 373 side. As Klausmann currently sits in 8th position. Oh, Devian Foster's just retired, I think. Oh, after what was such a promising start. And now on lap 9, the 345 looks to be having an early finish to the race weekend. Dylan Visser now gets up to 20th position ahead of Colombia's Martin Herrera. Herrera from the same nation that has seen the likes of Juan Pablo Montoya and Tatiana Calderon race and proudly support and proudly represent their nation in motorsport. Montoya, Formula 1, IndyCar, World Endurance Championship. Calderon, single-seaters, FIA F3 Europe, F2, and quite recently raced in GTD at the Rolex 24 at Daytona in January. Jaden Teen still keeping Vic Stevens guessing. And we're coming down to the last 90 seconds, plus 2 laps of the race meeting. It's all about what happens now. As I said, it's about who blinks. When we get to what will be effectively 3 laps to go very shortly, might even be 4, you never know. 1 minute 5 as they come into turn 12, and they're running at a 54.8. So that's going to be now 3 more laps, effectively. Might be 4. Might be 4 because both drivers, 54.860 for Stevens. For Teen, it was 54.833. Lawrence Herbos has dropped down to 6 behind Mitch Haynett and Boluet. So Sverre Ubben has got about a second and a half between himself and Mitch Haynett for the final step on the rostrum, provisionally. So this will be very crucial as to what happens now. 15 seconds on the timer. This is going to be close to the wire. Four seconds to go when they cross the line. 3 laps to go. We're on to lap 15 out of 17. And Jaden Teen is still there waiting. Waiting for the right moment. But then it's about how Stevens responds and reacts and puts on the defence that's required at the right place at the right time. It'll either be down at turn 7, it'll either be down at turn 2. But then there's also a surprise that can sometimes end up in the mix. Like, say, outside at turn 10, inside at turn 9, turn 8 if somebody runs wide. So the timer has now officially expired. We go on to the penultimate lap of not just the Senior Rotax Top 36 final, but the penultimate round, penultimate lap of the race meeting. Jaden Teen got very close under braking to the back of Vic Stevens. And now Stevens is starting to defend. Jaden Teen is starting to give him the hurry up, trying to put on an unforced error for the 327. Bit of a swing wide into turn 6 onto the Europalan from Jaden Teen to carry the momentum through. And he's basically saying to Stevens, come on, race me, stop defending. And Teen is now starting to get a little bit more adventurous, and he gets through to take the race lead. Through at turn 8. Jaden Teen put the pressure down at the right point, at the right time, and then looked at the right-hand side of himself and thought, oh, Vic Stevens is not there. Vic was straight away to his left-hand side, but we're going to go on to the final 1.36 kilometres of the race meeting. And Vic Stevens gets up the inside through the final corner. Will take us on to the final lap in the race lead. Sverre Ubben has been closing as this has been transpiring. Through into turn 2. Jaden Teen trying to get through, and he does. Vic Stevens runs a little bit wide out of turn 2, and that has given Jaden Teen the opportunity he needed, that he wanted. Now we're going to be halfway through the final lap. Lap 17 out of 17 in the Senior Rotax Top 36 final. Jaden Teen leading Vic Stevens. Sverre Ubben on course to be comfortable with a top 3 finish to start the season in this championship the right way. Another look over the shoulder. The right-hand side one from Jaden Teen. Through turn 10. Through turn 11. When all the smoke has cleared, there can only be one winner. And winning the top 36 final in Senior Rotax, out of the final corner, it's Jaden Teen in the 3:59 that wins by just over 0.4 of a second. Ahead of Vic Stevens, Sverre Ubben from GKS Levens Power brings home a podium on home soil in the 3:44. Lawrence Herbos takes 4th ahead of Bolowetz, with Ollie Yonkers completing the top 6. Julian Klausman, Robbie Stodder, Mitch Haynett and Tommy van der Stroys from 26 on the grid in the final gets to 10th place at the checkered, and also puts the fastest lap of the race in the pocket to boot. Sebastian Koch, Benjamin Van Hees, Krik Knorden, Ruben Verheyen, Jori Schoens round out the top 15. Great debut in the Chrono Karting Dutch Championship for Poland's David Outleichner, 16th overall. Vincent van Kerkhoven, Wouter Polle, Milan Koch, Martin Herrera from Colombia ran at the top 20 with Dylan Visser, Lars Venink, Luca Bremer, Pat Gabbels, Dylan Hummel, Scott Westhovens, Bram Plomp, Flynn Fitters, Miel Hendricks, Ralph van der Pavert, Wout Kirstens and Mika van der Pavert. Great to see both brothers out after that turn 2, lap 1 incident to take the checkered. Lap 9, we saw Devian Hoss retire with Felipe Falk out with technical dramas on lap 8 at the Europalan, with Jort van Wyk taken out on lap 1 through that multi-cart incident, and Taicho Mink a non-starter. Well, that's it for the opening round of the 2024 Dutch Championship for Rotax, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, powered by Chrono Karting. First of all, we have to say a few thank yous. A big thank you to the sponsors of the championship: JVD Tuning, Van Verven, Montfort Motorsport, Mad Cars, and Karting Champions League. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, from race control, clerk of the course, scrutineering, stewarding, live timing, live stream, Park for May, Tyre Bay. Also, a big thank you to Gordon Lemons, Brenda Svennon, the Lemons family, and the entire team here at Karting Genk for hosting our opening round. We're really looking forward to coming back here in early November for the season finale. But that's it from us here at Chrono Karting for this weekend. We will see you in just a few weeks' time, because the second round heads over to Belgium in the Netherlands on the 17th of March 2024. And a little bit of breaking news for you folks: live stream will be back once again. Also, don't forget to follow Chrono Karting on the relevant social media channels on Facebook, Instagram, but also make sure that you subscribe to the channel. What's more, we really want to thank everybody that's watched the stream. You can check out the new playlist where all the races will be uploaded for you to watch at your convenience wherever you are in the world. So a big thank you to all of the team from us here at Chrono Karting. To you at home, thank you. Good night. Have a great weekend. We'll see you on March 17th for round 2. Goodbye.